It's 29 minutes past. We're about to start. Again, please switch off your cell phones. Thanks so much.
Good morning, Ms. Senzo.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Chair, we are ready to proceed. Before we do so, by way of housekeeping, I'll request opportunity to clarify an issue that was canvassed yesterday, but I guess it's function of exhaustion that I did not complete. I would appreciate an opportunity to do so. And then, I don't know, perhaps flowing therefrom might be questions from the commissioners. Other than that, the plan this morning is to start the next topic. As the commissioners are well aware, Commissioner Mkhwanazi deals with a number of issues in his statement, and we will not be able to cover them all today. So we have made an election on how best to progress his evidence, appreciating that he's unlikely to finish today. We request, therefore, to canvass the one issue and thereafter apply that his further testimony be stood down to a date to be determined by the Commission. And as scheduled, thereafter, we will then have to turn to the next witness who was scheduled to appear today. On that basis, then, I'm ready to proceed, unless there are questions.
Thank you, Ms. Senzo. Good morning, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning.
Thank you. Please proceed, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Morning, Commissioner Mkhwanazi.
Morning, Madam. Morning.
May I ask you to pull out the Mapieye annexure file. And I trust that you have your statement file open by you, your own statement. And once you've located your statement, please turn to page 11. At page 11, I want to draw your attention to paragraph 35. From 35, you deal with the issue of the blue lights and the registration of vehicles. Certain questions were posed to you in this regard, and you provided responses. However, I omitted to clarify one matter with you regarding specifically this issue, which the Chair has granted me opportunity to now. Before I do so, can I check some issues with you? And I speak from a layman's perspective. All our vehicles are registered through or in the e-Natus system, is that correct?
Yes, yes, yes.
So, on my understanding, that system, and my use of the word system is in the broadest possible terms, the use of that system in itself has inbuilt a level of guarantee that I will not wake up tomorrow and find somebody is registered as owner of my car. Is that so?
It's happening. It's happening a lot. We deal with those complaints, we investigate those complaints.
Okay.
There are people who are able to get through the system and do that. In fact, it's one of the crimes that is costing that has made government to be flexible in terms of changing registration plates time to time, you see.
Okay.
But it's happening every day, everywhere. That's one of the challenges that we're having within the city of Ekurhuleni.
Okay, now you make me more worried than I was earlier this morning.
Yes.
But will you accept, or would I be correct to accept that it is not meant to happen that way?
Yes, yes, yes.
So something is broken in the system. The system is not functioning as it was intended to function.
Yes, and remember, it's managed nationally.
Yes, no doubt.
Yes.
I was just asking to understand how it works so that I can pose my question.
Okay.
Then you just increased my worries. But nonetheless, let's now, against that background, turn to MAPIA annexure file, and I want you to turn to page 92, and in particular annexure JM 17 of MAPIA file.
Page 75.
Page 92.
92,
The flag should read JM 17.
Oh, JM 17.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, 92, JM 17. Oh, yes.
Thank you. This is the letter of intention to commit on the letterhead of CAT VIP protection. And at page 93, it concludes, kind regards, Mr. Vusimusi Matala, CEO. You confirm?
Yes, yes, yes.
And this is the letter that you had received from Mr. Vusimusi regarding the donation of the 4 vehicles referred to at page 92.
Yes.
That letter is unsigned.
Yes.
Okay. And that letter doesn't provide any detail that, on the reading of the document, would constitute proof of the fact that the cars listed in item 3, the 2 BMWs, the 1 Mercedes-Benz and the 1 VW Golf, are indeed owned by CAT VIP Protection or Mr. Vusimusi Matala, or that Mr. Vusimusi Matala has got lawful authority over those vehicles. Do you accept that?
Yes, I accept. But I was listening to him at ad hoc. He has committed and agreed that, yes, I donated vehicles.
Yes.
Oh, there was that, yes.
Yeah, I just confined myself to the document as it stands.
Yes, yes.
If I were to receive it, I would wonder whether he is able to donate the vehicles as he purports to at item 3, purely on the basis that this letter doesn't prove that he's the lawful owner of those vehicles. Correct?
Oh, yes, according to this.
Now, when we dealt with the issue, and I think Commissioner Baloyi asked you some questions on the registration of these particular vehicles into the name of the EMPD. You remember that engagement?
Yes, yes.
And my recollection earlier, you had said that after they had been registered in the name of Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Council or municipality, you received a call from the city's proxy, Mr. Christine, who said to you, and if I quote, hey Baba, there are problems or complaints about these registrations, correct?
Yes, yes.
But by the time he called you, technically they had been effected. That's why there had to be a re-registration back to Mr. Matlala. They had been registered as vehicles belonging to the municipality by the time this problem arose, about which Mr. Christine had that conversation with you.
Yes.
Yes, to say that that registration must be reversed.
Yes.
Yes. When you received the letter of donation, and this is the letter you gave to Mr. Christine, together with the instruction to register based on the donation itself, correct?
Yes.
Should the Commission understand that this unsigned letter of intention to commit by Mr. Musi Matlala, that doesn't even cite his ID number, to which formal documentation pertaining to these vehicles is not attached, and there is no other proof accompanying this letter that either Mr. Matlala or CAT VIP Protection Services own these vehicles, that it was possible for you to facilitate the registration of those vehicles. How did you accomplish that feat?
Can you repeat? Because you said, could the Commission find? I was still waiting.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
When you facilitated the registration of the vehicles in the municipality's name,
yes,
all you had was this letter, the donation. No, it's not even a donation letter because it's of intention to commit. That's all you had.
When I was called by Chris, the vehicles were registered.
Where before they are being registered. I'm trying to understand how the registration into the municipality's name occurred, and ask you whether, are you suggesting to the Commission that this letter of intention to commit was sufficient to effect that registration?
Yes. When I went to Chris,
yes,
on that day, I received face value. Yesterday I said papers, I forgot the name face value. Face value is the paper that is having your ID, everything, the name of the owner. It's a bluish, grayish or greenish document. We call it face value. But
we call it?
A face value paper.
Face value, okay.
Yeah, that's one of the things that it's having a challenge to. I know that I'm increasing the fears and what.
Yes.
Because most of the time they steal them and register. But I received that, which was accompanied by the ID number and everything, with the certified copy of the ID, which is having ID, our card IDs and everything, you see. But all those documents that I received, I submitted them as the original to IPT, because I even told them that I'm even having, they didn't ask about them. I even said, I'm having this document original. I gave it to IPT. You can go and check, you will find them with the IDs and everything. But I saw in your attachments that they are there too. But all those documents about those vehicles, I took all of them to IPT with the photos of ID as they were registered, as per required process.
Okay.
But I'm not part of that side. But I know when you register a car, because I've been one of different cars, you're supposed to do that.
Now, we know that the memorandum of understanding concluded by you, between Ekurhuleni Municipality, EMPD, I think it was, and CAT VIP, that was never approved.
Yes,
so it did not
yes.
exist in reality.
Yes.
And it could not be relied upon to register the vehicles. So we accept that, correct? We couldn't rely on that MOU to transfer the vehicles.
Yeah, we relied on what Chris wanted. I agree.
And the only other document we have regarding the donation is this JM 17.
Oh, this one?
Yes.
Yes.
And we know that we did not have an agreement of donation signed by the city manager as the policy provides.
As I clarified yesterday, it was on an initiation stage. It was on a beginning stage.
Sorry, your voice dropped.
Oh,
Say that again.
humble apologies.
Pull them towards yourself more. Thank you. Thank you. Please start back.
Humble up. I'm having ulcers. I can't push.
I know the challenge. Perhaps if you lean over.
Let me try to amplify my voice.
Thank you.
Yes. I'm saying it was at the beginning stage, you see. That's why it didn't even, the question of, that's why you wanted the letter of commitment, because he was still dealing with the registration and everything, as I clarified yesterday. I know Commissioner Baloyi raised it many times with me, you see. But I'm still saying it was at that stage, you see. That's why Chris wanted, to me said, I only want this, you see, and I submitted this.
Yes.
Yes.
So then, looking at this annexure, clearly it does, firstly it's unsigned by Mr. Vusi Matlala.
I agree.
And I don't think any credible institution would accept this document for any purpose. It's unsigned. What's your comment to that?
Let me say it was a blind eye, and because it's writing CEO Vusi and the IDs and everything, they correspond with the name, you see. But I agree with you. Oh, you can hear me?
Oh, yes. No, I didn't want to make you repeat, so I apologize.
Let me repeat.
Yes. Yes, I had missed. You say it was a?
No, I'm saying this with the documents that were submitted, ID numbers and the papers, but the process, I think maybe I agreed on that to confirm that the name and the surname and the ID copy, or the certified ID copy. I think maybe it was because of that.
But this document doesn't speak to attachments. It doesn't say attached, please find certified copy of ID.
Yes.
It doesn't say, please find, you call it face value. It doesn't say anything.
You're correct, you're correct.
So you obtained those separately from Mr. Matlala?
Yes.
With a pure intent to facilitate the transfer of the vehicles into the municipality's name?
Not to facilitate per se. Remember when...
It has to be... Apologies.
Sorry?
I was saying it has to be facilitate because you had concluded that this document in and of itself will not accomplish that feat.
Facilitate, it means you're part of the other side, you are doing papers and everything. I didn't do that. I submitted.
You first obtained them from Mr. Matlala?
Yes.
In order to submit them?
Yes.
So that the registration can take place?
Yes.
And that's what I call facilitation. Will you accept that?
I don't want to commit myself to facilitation.
Now, in that time that you were doing all that, as you informed Commissioner Baloyi yesterday, these vehicles were still in Mr. Matlala's possession and in his use.
Yes, they were in Mr. Matlala's position. I can't confirm, but yes, they were in Mr. Matlala's position.
Why was there a hurry to facilitate the registration if the municipality had not even been placed in possession of the vehicles at the time?
Yes, yesterday I said to the chair that there was this excitement, this say we are going to get cars, you see, and this happiness would at least come bringing something to the city, something to the department, since there were challenges. That there was that excitement, and say at least there's something positive that I'm doing, you see. And I accepted to the chair when he said to me, when you take decisions whilst you are in excitement, I said, no, it's a lesson I learned, you see.
So you then must, because you haven't, I don't think you have produced the documents that you say facilitated the registration of these vehicles.
No, I've said all the original I submitted to IPIT when they were investigating. I gave it to them as they are.
So I then must put it to you that you say you did not fit the vehicles with the blue lights.
Yes,
That's your contention.
yes.
But you must accept that you facilitated that process through the registration of those vehicles in the municipality's name in circumstances where the municipality did not have control over those cars. What is your comment to that?
My comment is that the first thing, when there was noise, I said, but I didn't see these vehicles. They didn't see, and officers, if they see members of public with blue lights who are not supposed, they're supposed to arrest that person, you see, because I didn't see them. You see, no one has came to me with the red photos of saying, these focus 1, 2, 3, 4 are having blue lights.
Yes.
You see, I've never, and no one has ever came to me. Yes. It's just media, and people that are raising. But physically, and them coming to me with the cars or photos, I've never. Except that thing of blue lights with the wife and what, it's only that thing in social media. As I've said that's why I started to pick and say, what's happening now? I started to be cautious. But after that, it was Mr. Mzolo, Mr. Christine. Then I could conclude in my mind. And as I've said, that suspension, there's nothing that came to me. It was for the first time, and I appreciated to see documents with this commission.
Yes.
It was, in fact, transparent. I started to see, So there is documentation, and even the attachments that you gave it to me, I could see photos of Matlala registration plates and the registration and what those that I submitted to IPT. You see, I said, no, but there's honestly, you see, that's what I stated. That's what pushed me to differ with my attorneys and say, no, at least it's transparent. I'm going to that commission. At least now I can have something.
You say that you are not, you say that your standpoint is any citizen, private citizen, driving a car with blue lights has to be arrested. That's your standpoint.
Want to stop him or her?
Yes.
Blue lights, they must approve an appointment card and other papers. You see, it's an arrest or you impound a vehicle.
Okay.
Yes.
But thanks to your facilitation, that is not a risk Mr. Matlala faced, because if that vehicle were stopped and checked, the records will show it as an EMPD vehicle. So he never ran that risk, and you knew that.
No, the appointment card must tell you that I'm an officer. You want an appointment card. Remember, officers, they don't wear uniform. You stop them. Once you stop them, in fact, it's happening. I did it many times. It's happening many times where you stop a police officer, appointed police officer, driving a private vehicle. If you want to confirm, you want we call it Amstelling or appointment card in English. Let me say so, it's an Afrikaans word. You see, then you confirm the appointment card is an officer and what. If you are not even sure, you can on a radio. We are able to connect to SAPS channel. In fact, the communication radio that they're using all metros, it's linked to SAPS. There's a channel that to confirm the appointment card. Then they will confirm to, yes, this is an officer, you see.
And the system, you are able to check in A-Natus to see the ownership of that vehicle, can't you?
Yes.
And you actually do.
Yes.
And when that check returns a confirmation that it is owned by EMPD, it offers some level of protection for the occupants of that vehicle. It is an official EMPD vehicle according to E-Natus.
Yes, they were registered.
Yes.
Not EMPD, to the city. Or it doesn't say, our vehicles, they don't say, if they're not marked, you can't confirm it's for the department. But our vehicles are saying the city of Ekurhuleni. They are registered with the city of Ekurhuleni by one proxy. But yes, I confirm they were registered to the city.
They were registered, and so you say that even the police vehicles of the city of Ekurhuleni, it can never be determined that these are under the control of the EMPD directly, used by police officers, and these are general council, municipal vehicles used by everybody, including me, who happens to be employed.
May I clarify something to you?
Yes, please do.
We use vehicles of the city as EMPD. For example, like currently, 50% of the vehicles that we're using, because of challenges of vehicles, they belong to other departments, but they're not registered under those departments. Health, different departments, parks and what, but they are registered under the city of Ekurhuleni with one proxy. But if a vehicle is not marked, you can't determine that it's EMPD, not EMPD. That's why we are pushing that our vehicle must be marked. But with the challenges of finances, we prioritize buying than marking, because marking per vehicle is very costly, because you must brand. Let me say branding per se. You must brand the whole vehicle. It becomes a challenge. I'm saying this because currently, as an acting chief, I was dealing with the issue with the fleet, the issue of buying vehicles. You see, we pushed them to be branded, but they said, no. Once we brand, it means that per that fleet of 40, 50, we must cancel or we must buy 35 and use the money of the other vehicles to brand. I said, no. We need vehicles. Give us tools of trade. Then in the next coming procurement or what, you will assist us by putting branding. For now, you can put stickers. That's what is marking. Just put on stickers. And those stickers, I must say, at any time you can move them. But it's so that members of public, when you stop them, they can say at least, this is EMPT. As I've said to you, now we can drive around the Ekurhuleni and you'll be stopped by a vehicle which is not even having a blue light. You see, because we don't have a tender for that as the city. You see, if it's not part of the 50 vehicles, those that are borrowed from other departments, you can't fit them with anything. It's just to take members from to the place of work. But the challenge that we have is that there must be another tender to put blue lights. It's a process that needs finance and finances. It's a challenge, it's a difficult challenge. But not because it's not doable, because there are no finances to do that. That's a challenge. We prioritize to get tools of trade so that officers can go and do points, go and attend complaints and what. Then for patrolling crimes and what, we take those that have a marked vehicle. But once you stop that person with that car, it will say City of Ekurhuleni. It will confirm that it's registered under the city. I agree on that. But challenge is to confirm that exactly the department it has become. It's not supposed to be that, you see. But because of challenges of finances and it is like that.
Okay. My question is, from your answer, I want to test if I'm understanding you correctly. EMPD officials have the right to use blue lights, don't they?
Police officers?
Yes.
Yes. But currently, let me explain. It's just I'll take 1 minute. I know Bob Madlanga doesn't want me to talk and move. Yes. Humble apologies, Chair.
Madlanga, not Madlala, please. Madlanga.
Ngicela ubize futhi.
Madlanga.
Madlanga. Humble apologies. I know that you have been defended my surname many times. Humble apologies, Chair. We are having security officers that are employed under the city or under EMPD. Let me specifically talk about department. Then we are having peace officers. Our peace officers are not like the one of the province. You see, those that are appointed as traffic wardens. Let me say traffic wardens. They do points, they attend to school points in the morning to assist school kids. You'll find them driving those vehicles. But we give them old cars. You see, but they're still marked. They're branded, per se. I don't know, because I invited the commission to go to the city. I don't know when they go, they said, Mkhwanazi, but you said this is not happening. It's happening because of challenges. Because in a party, there can be 5, 6 there, and at least they can attend 5 or 4 points. But we are pushing that. There must be an officer.
Commissioner Mkhwanazi, I apologize. You recall that we are talking about blue lights,
not
branding.
Yes, I'm going.
And my only question was EMPD officials, police officers, are entitled to use blue lights.
Or police officials, yes. But I wanted to say we still have security officers and traffic wardens.
Police
officers. Yes.
Police officers, they are entitled.
Yes.
They have exercised that right by installing blue lights.
Sorry?
By installing blue lights.
No, they don't install blue lights.
Or by having blue lights installed in their vehicles.
They are issued with cars that are having blue lights. They don't partake in those processes. All of us, we don't partake in those processes. We are being issued.
Issued by who?
By the city. and the department.
So the city is responsible for the installation of the blue lights?
Yes, Prox.
Okay.
Prox is responsible for that, not the MPD.
When you say proxy, are you suggesting
Mr. Christine.
Mr. Christie
Yes.
is responsible for installing blue lights in vehicles?
Yes.
So how does Mr. Christie know which vehicle to fit with blue lights and which not?
Remember, he's the one who's procuring vehicles. He's mastering in that. He knows that I've bought or procured 40 vehicles in this financial term. Those vehicles, as I explained, in terms of the finances, budget must be like this. Deals with budgeting and everything with his team, you see, that we are going to install 40 of them with this amount. After that tender, there's nothing that is happening, I think so. But he's the one that master it, and he has been doing it for years.
Mr. Madlanga, can I make this comment to you?
Yes.
To help you the money for the mistake?
Thank you for taking me to that level.
No, not that level. I apologize for the error.
I'm sure it's not a Freudian slip, Commissioner.
I apologize, Commissioner Mkhwanazi. The letter is open in front of me and my eye fell on the name. I didn't mean to do so. My comment to you is, in your testimony this morning, you are desperately trying to place as much distance between the vehicles of the EMPD, between yourself and the vehicles of the EMPD. That is, you are trying very hard to do that. And that is why you suggest that all vehicles are registered as owned by the city only and have got no association with EMPD.
Now they got association. Once the vehicle are registered, bought by the city, once they're issued to the department, it becomes the responsibility of a department.
And that way they get associated with the department.
Yes, once they're issued.
Yes.
Once they're issued to the
Yes.
not associated. Your wording is putting me aside. Association and issued is two different things. Once they're issued or once they are handed to the department,
Okay.
there's handing over ceremony where we receive all our fleet.
Okay.
Yes.
Like the 4 donated vehicles are issued to EMPD.
No, they were not issued to MPT. They were not issued to MPT. I've said we didn't receive those vehicles.
Oh,
They were not physically issued to.
but they were intended to be issued.
Yes,
to EMPD.
Yes.
So they would be strictly for use by EMPD.
Yes.
And therefore, they would be able, that would assist whoever is able to fit in blue lights on the basis that it's for the use by EMPD. I'm not saying facilitated by EMPD, but that would enable them to do so.
Don't be technical.
Oh,
You are.
I thought it's technical issues.
You are.
So,
Repeat that statement. I will stop you. And may you please, there's where I want to stop you and want you to change the wording. Today you want me to hang myself to the commissioners.
okay. I have no interest in you hanging yourself. In fact, you still have a lot of assistance to render to the commission, so I would desperately not wish for you to hang yourself.
Yes.
What I'm saying is, you facilitate the transfer of the vehicles. You go out of your way to obtain the documents necessary for that effort. In circumstances where Mr. Matala, in informing you of the intention to commit through this letter, did not give you the requisite documents because you knew those vehicles would be for the use of EMPD. Now you want to dissociate yourself from that close relation between the vehicles and the EMPD by suggesting that firstly they get registered to the city and then internally in the city they are distributed to EMPD. That's what you're trying to do.
I agree with your latter or with your 2 or 3 last words.
Okay.
The facilitation, I contested it. Me, I approached, not I facilitated. But I don't distance myself from the relations because it's me who went to Chris. I accepted even yesterday that I went to Mike Van Veek, I went to Chris, not to Chris. to Mr. Matlal. I agreed and accepted.
Okay.
And confirmed to commissioners that I did.
So will you then accept a proposition that to the extent that Mr. Matala was able to fit blue lights?
I'm not sure about that.
No,
I've said that I didn't see them.
I haven't finished this.
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
starting. And I say to the extent that he was able to do so. Okay? That became possible because it facilitated the registration of those vehicles into the city's name. Will you accept that?
You said that can be possible. You are not saying he has done that. I agree with that can be possible. Because even Commissioner Baloyi yesterday, when he was pushing, say, you are not sure when you are, and I agreed to that. You see, with what was the car doing, what was happening, you see there, I agreed to that because I didn't see the cars physically. And I'm still saying, no one came to me with the exact proof of those vehicles and said, these are the vehicles. We are charging for 1, 2, 3, 4 vehicles. And we found this vehicle, we arrested or we stopped the person with these ID numbers and stealing numbers and everything. Because officers are having pocketbooks. Anything that you are having a challenge with, you note. Anything that you suspect, you note. So that if that person wants to come with litigations, we are able to defend and say, no, but at this time, I stopped this person, it's Mkhwanazi with this ID number, some with this car which is having blue light. There's nothing like that happened, except media, gossips and what, and now this, you see, it has led to us to sit in this commission,
May I clarify?
Yes,
You remember
yes.
I started my statement with the words, to the extent that Mr. Matlala may have done so.
We said possibly.
Yeah, if
Now you are
Mr.
changing
Matlala,
it.
I said to the extent he may have done so, it was through your facilitation, through the registration of these vehicles in the city's name. And I'm not saying he did. I'm saying if it is found that he did, that was made possible by your action here of driving this registration of vehicles in the city's name in circumstances where the city was not even in possession of those vehicles. Will you? You can at least accept that.
May I say something to the commission?
Yes.
Mkhwanazi, I didn't facilitate any process of installing, putting, and branding those vehicles. Installing blue lights or facilitating in terms of putting blue lights or branding those vehicles. I did not do that. What I did is to approach Chris so that we can have an add into our fleet. And that I accept. And I approach Bus, that I accept. You see. And I've accepted maybe for 2 hours yesterday. Even now, I still say that. I do accept that. Not the one of putting blue lights, installing blue lights and what. That is not within my powers.
Thank you, Mr. Matlala. Commissioner Kumano?
Mkhwanazi.
Am I back there again?
I think you need water too, Miss.
I think so. I should learn a thing or two from Commissioner Mkhwanazi, right?
Commissioner Mkhwanazi, there are many files next to you. Maybe someone should just assist you. Mr. Olaning needs us annexures. We are still on the topic. So.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, may I move this one? JM, or just
keep it close. We will come back to it. Page 156. One 156.
Yes, Commissioner.
So Advocate Sillo put to you that you facilitated the registration of CAT Security Services vehicles into EMPD's name.
Commissioner Khumalo, once you use facilitate, be sure to get a no from the commissioner. So perhaps. Sorry to interrupt you.
So let's not debate the use of language. Let's just go through exactly what you did so that you can confirm that this is exactly what I did,
Yes.
without focusing on the language used. Are you on page 156?
Commissioner, I always forgot to say name.
Khumalo.
Sorry?
Khumalo.
Omtunga. Ngibambile. Thank you.
Are you on page 156?
Yes.
Yes. You'll see that on that page is a letter from Christine, Regional Fleet Controller for EMPD. Do you have that?
Yes, I'm having it.
And he says, in December 2022, Director Mkhwanazi from EMPD came to donation of vehicles to EMPD. I indicated to Director Mkhwanazi that the licensing department are closing for December holidays and that he needs to come back in January 2023.
Yes.
Is that
yes.
correct?
It's true.
Yes. And then the next paragraph, he says, in January 2023, I indicated to Director Mkhwanazi that there must be a letter of donation from the donor to EMPD. In January 2023, Director Mkhwanazi brought me the documents and vehicle registration documents to me at my office in Primrose to be registered in COE as per donation. I gave the documents to my admin representative to register the vehicles as per donation to EMPD. Next paragraph, Director Mkhwanazi, sorry, before we go to the next paragraph, can you confirm
Yes.
what I've just read is correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
Third paragraph, Director Mkhwanazi is a senior EMPD officer who approached me with the donation and didn't see anything wrong and requested a formal letter of donation of the vehicles. A donation will definitely assist EMPD as the department are currently struggling with law enforcement. It should be law enforcement. It says law enforcement vehicles. This is the norm as my understanding as SEAT program and Gauteng heavy vehicle donations were donated only on a donation letter. You agree with that paragraph?
100%.
Yes. And then in February 2023, Director Mkhwanazi contacted me to inform me that the donation is cancelled and that he will send people to collect the documents to change it back to the donor. Is that more or less correct?
Yes, I collected them, yes.
Yes. Now,
No. I agree.
the documents you gave to Christine, if you go to page 157, same bundle.
Oh, yes.
Remember, we were in 156, you now go to the next page. 157.
Oh, this letter again.
Yes, so it's that letter of intent that you gave him.
Yes.
But you did more than that, because to prove to him that there was an MOU between Ekurhuleni and this document that we see on page 159.
What I like with this commission is that you are very strict in terms of signature. You see, here now I must agree where there's no signature. You see, and here does it say I attached this? It doesn't say so.
Commissioner Mkhwanazi, these are documents that come from Christine. He says this is what happened. This is the bundle.
Let me read it.
Yes.
The last two paragraphs.
Yes.
In February 2023, Director Mkhwanazi contacted me, informed me that the donation is cancelled. Now I want where it says this attached, or the donation is cancelled, and he will send people to collect documents to change it or to change it or to change it back. Yes, it's supposed to change.
I see how you love that paragraph 2, and paragraph 2 says in January 2023, Director Mkhwanazi brought me the documents and vehicle registration documents. So I'm putting to you that the documents you brought to Christine included this document that we see on page 159. I'm not saying it is signed. I'm simply saying the documents you gave to him included the document that we see on page 159. Yes or no?
Let me say no. This one I commit. I did. Okay. And this one's of later on, part of the document, it was the details.
Yes. And we're going there because I'm not going to take you through all of them. From page 166 of that bundle, all the way to page 275. So it was a lot of documents that you gave to Christine.
No, Commissioner. No. I didn't have the bundle. I can't have access. It was... Oh, no, Commissioner. A lot of documents you're saying, this is very thick. I didn't carry this. I didn't.
Let's just do one.
Yes.
So you would have given him page 167.
No, I don't remember per documents. Ne?
No, but
I gave the... Let me confirm to you. I gave the vehicle, the documents or something that has to do with vehicle. Remember, this is done by Chris. It's not done by me. This, you don't have access of this. It's him and the licensing that I have. There's no member. You get it when you register vehicles. You don't carry it with. We don't allow that.
Get their cars registered in EMPD's name. Because my understanding of the registration process is that you would need this document that you see on page 170.
Yes, you're correct.
And somebody has to complete this form, including the previous.
Yes, I agree.
Yes.
Copies. Yes, I agree.
Yes.
So certified, I do.
And then on 228,
Sorry?
just go to 220.
Yes,
Are you there?
I'm there.
So you can clearly see that the section that deals with the particulars of the seller, Mr. Matala has completed that section.
Yes, I've said this. I agree. These are the documents. Yes.
So you would have obtained this from him?
Yes, I've said so.
And taken them to Christine?
Yes. No. When we were there, he said I've obtained from him. Yes. So that the Christian can start registration plates. And I agree on that,
Commissioner Mkhwanazi,
I agree on that.
I've owned a vehicle before and I've transferred a vehicle to somebody else before.
No, I'm saying on these papers, I agree on that.
You need this document to facilitate the transfer.
Yes.
And these documents you would have obtained from Mr. Ket Matala.
Oh, yes, this
And
is so.
you would have then given them to Christine as part of the bundle that he needed to change the ownership of the vehicles from CAT services to EMPD.
You're 100% correct. Yes.
So whatever language that is used, whether it's facilitation or assistance, this is what you did.
Yes, a facilitation, yes. Facilitation
we don't
is saving.
Need to fight about this.
Facilitation is saving prison. Commissioners, you are there. I can't agree to leave my kids and go to jail for something that I didn't do. I didn't put blue lights. I must say, I can't.
Nobody.
I may want to be honest and impress you, but not with lies.
Nobody has said anything about jail, Commissioner.
This is a commission of inquiry. You will be making recommendation. I will be sitting somewhere, and I won't see you with that. I will see you after 10 years or 50 years.
And Commissioner, to be fair to you, I don't think anybody is suggesting that you physically got the blue lights and fitted them on Mr. Matala's vehicles. I don't think anybody is suggesting that.
Commissioners, on your side, yes, but that side, it's different. Even yesterday, you assisted me when I was lost, agreeing about that letter that you submitted a letter to Chief of Police. I was saying it's English. I was lost. Up until you said, no, man. This is 20. I said, oh, but you said you didn't remember. I said, in fact, there you were so fair to me because I was lost, and you were able to assist me. And at night, when I was with you, I said, but they're fair. They assisted me where I was lost. Thank you for that.
I didn't mean to interrupt because we don't have enough time.
Oh, sorry,
but because of the debate about facilitation, I thought it's only fair that I take you to the documents so that you can understand what the allegation is.
Oh, yes.
And now that I've done that and we've agreed that this is what you did, we can give the time back to Advocate Senzo.
Just one very minor point arising from my colleagues' questions. You said that the memorandum, let me call it the CAT VIP memorandum, would have gone out of the EMPD for approval, final approval within the Metro after internal approval within the EMPD. Am I correct?
Yes, the process is yes, Commissioner.
Yes. So because the only person that signed within the Metro was you, it never went out of the EMPD. It remained within the EMPD.
Yes, it never. Yes, we are correct.
Yes,
you are correct.
yes,
you are correct, Commissioner.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, you are the person within the EMPD that interacted with Mr. Chris Stein with regard to the registration of these motor vehicles.
Yes, Commissioner.
So if he had to have a copy of this memorandum, it is only natural that he would have had to come to you to obtain a copy of that memorandum, not so?
Yes. He was communicating with me.
Yes.
But the attachment,
yes,
he may not.
No, please. So the answer is yes.
Yes.
Now we have these documents that Commissioner Khumalo has referred you to, and this memorandum is within that pack. Is it not only logical that, as Commissioner Khumalo was suggesting to you, you must have given that memorandum to Mr. Chris Stein? Is that not only logical?
It's not. Because there's a third person now. This bundle doesn't come from Chris. It's coming from another person. And in my bundle, I've got two statements.
And where all of a sudden would Mr. Chris Stein have obtained this memorandum, if not from you?
I'm not sure that this bundle, this document...
I'm talking about just the one, please. Just the one, just the memorandum.
No,
where all of a sudden would he have gotten this? You accept that it was an EMPD document, and before approval within the EMPD, it remained within the EMPD. And you also accept that the only person he interacted with regard to the registration was you. And now we see an EMPD document, and I'm saying that in quotation marks, of course, because it was never approved. We see an EMPD document amongst the documents that Mr. Chris Stein says he got from you. So my question is, how can you suggest that he did not get it from you? It's only logical that he must have gotten it from you under these circumstances. Why is that not so?
Oh, yes. May I respond, Commissioner?
Yes, logically.
Yes, logically, this is not coming from Chris Stein. It's coming from PN 10. It's coming from the bundle says, I'm also going to refer to you to my bundle where I've got another letter that comes from Mr. Chris Stein. Yes. My argument is that, you see, this doesn't come, all the bundle, it's the evidence of those that are alleging me, you see. I'm not guaranteed, I'm not sure, because you said to me, it must state, as she was leading the evidence, that the letter must be specific. Even yesterday, you said so many times, commissioners, you see. But now, this letter doesn't say, I even got the memorandum of understanding. Then it comes from a third person and a fourth person. That's my challenge.
It does, actually. Look at the last sentence.
see the attached donation of your P letter and oh yes,
It
does. It does. No, I was still reading. Then the commissioner said, "Let's go up," because I wanted to confirm what he was saying.
So now that you see it, you accept.
No. If it's from Chris, I accept.
Please, you accept that he got it from you.
Yes, it is from Chris. I accept. Because I'm the one who was engaging from
Why
him.
is it that you only accept it when you see it in black and white?
No.
Surely you must know, as a matter of fact, Commissioner, that you either gave this document to Mr. Christine or you did not. Surely you must know.
Now, if I did, I will agree. I won't lie to the commissioner. It's just that I don't trust some of the allegations that are coming from some of those bundles.
Please do not conflate issues.
Oh.
Please do not conflate issues. There's a difference between knowing that you actually did something and not wanting to admit that you did it because you are suspicious of other people.
Oh.
There's a difference between the two. So now are you saying that you were denying purely because you were suspicious that other people snuck this letter in here? Is that what you were suggesting earlier?
Yes, but now you are clarifying it. I get you, and I agree on your latest clarification that there's a difference between
Can you
the two.
explain why you suddenly accept that you gave this memorandum to Mr. Christine?
No, the letter is very clear. And
So
I trust all the documents that I gave to him.
You must be told by the letter before you accept what you actually did.
No, Commissioner, this is long ago. I don't even remember. That's why I'm saying you are honest to me. This commission is showing me the documents that I didn't have, that I forgot about it. Now I'm able to check and see. Even during the week last week when I was in time, I saw many documents that I don't remember about or some that are still new to me. You see, that's why I'm saying to you, at least you are fair. I'm able to refer. Even if I forgot, you still remind me and say, no, but there's this letter.
The last question on this.
Yes.
So if I had not shown you this last sentence, you would leave this hearing having categorically denied that you ever gave Mr. Christine this letter, this memorandum.
No, even if I agreed, but deep down in my heart, I was going to say, but this is not fair.
No. Please answer the question. My question is, if I had not shown you this last sentence of Mr. Christine's letter, you would have left this hearing having categorically denied that you ever gave Mr. Christine this memorandum.
Commissioner, I was going to ask you again, can you assist me by confirming, because you are independent? I was going to say that, like yesterday.
That's not answering my question. Please answer my question.
Let me say yes. Let me say,
Thank you.
because I was doing that, yes.
Thank you,
yes,
Commissioner. Thank you.
Commissioner, maybe let me start it's still on this topic.
Oh, yes,
Yesterday, you remember, with the chair and with Ms. Sillo, you looked at the SPI's annexures. If you could just pull that bundle so that you have the same page that I have. And then page 4 of that bundle.
Let's see. I'm confusing these papers now. You'll assist me.
Page 4. It should be RS2, Roman figure 2. You remember that document? You were discussing it with Advocate Sillo and the chairperson. It's that list, the list of cars, you remember?
Yes.
And you said you don't know the registration numbers.
Yes.
Now, you still have the Ngiza bundle now, the one that you were discussing with Commissioner Khumalo. Is it still open on your desk? Is that the one? Okay. turn to page 189. So I need you to have this page open in front of you, and then page 189 of Mr. Ngqiza's bundle.
Sorry.
So we should have this open. This is page 4 of Commissioner Spee's annexures.
Yes.
You should have that.
And what?
And then the Ngqiza bundle of annexures that you were discussing with Commissioner Khumalo.
Yes.
Go to page 189. Are we there?
Yes. 189. Yeah.
Yes. You can see that document is a motor vehicle license and license disc document. You see that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It's familiar. It's a familiar document to you. Comes from the licensing department. You see that?
This one, Commissioner?
Yes. It should be at 189.
Yes.
The big 189. Now, look at the registration number of that vehicle. It's DL, and then I won't say the rest of the numbers. The vehicle is a BMW 3 Series. Can you see that?
Yes, there's some
On
unit.
on that licensing document. Okay.
Yes, Commissioner.
Compare that with, on this page, the very first vehicle. Can you see it's the same registration
Yes,
number?
Yes, Commissioner, yes.
And that document at the top, this one here, the licensing one, this one that you're holding, yes, that one.
Yes, yes.
It says J.D. Mkhwanazi, where it says EMM Fleet. It has the name J.D. Mkhwanazi, and it has a cell number. You see that?
Yes, yes, Commissioner.
Okay, so we can agree that the vehicle number 1 on this memorandum that has a signature is the same one as
Yes,
that.
I agree 100%.
Okay, and it has your name. And then if you then do the same, go to page 218 of that big bundle.
Ngqizane?
Yes. 218.
Yes, Commissioner.
You remember, maybe let me remind you also that you remember yesterday when you were looking at this document with Ms. Sillo, you said there was a Mercedes Kumbi. You accepted that in those cars there was a Mercedes Kumbi. Now, if you look at, on this document, vehicle number 2, you see that?
Yes, Commissioner.
It starts registration number JP on that list.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Now go to Ngqiza 218, that license department. It's a Mercedes-Benz V-Class, the vehicle.
Yes, sorry, Commissioner.
218.
Yes, sorry for a minute.
Okay.
I tend to lose this document. No, I'm sorted. I don't want to lose because I missed it. Thank you, my brother. Yes, I'm back in that document.
Okay. So you see vehicle number 2 on your memorandum, on this colorful memorandum, is the vehicle at page 218, Mercedes-Benz V-Class, and its registration number starts JP.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, Commissioner.
And that document from the licensing department has your name at the top. EMM Fleet, J.D. Mkhwanazi, and it has what looks like a cell number. You see that?
And it's my handwriting, I confirm again.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Okay. So at least we know 2 vehicles on this list, on that memorandum, are the vehicles that were registered by Mr. Steyn.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
Commissioner.
And these are the vehicles that are also in this letter of confirmation that was written to somebody. We know it's that. Right?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. And then maybe lastly, I think there's more, but I think the point will have been made. If you go to Mkhwanazi, page 247. Mkhwanazi 247.
Yes, Commissioner.
And then in that list of vehicles, go to vehicle number 5. It's a BMW. Vehicle number 5, it starts BZ.
BZ99CK, yes.
Yeah, I was hoping you didn't mention the number.
Humble apologies.
It's okay.
Humble
it's all right.
apologies.
Anyway, they were registered in the name of the municipality, so they were public property, actually. So we're entitled to mention them. So you've got that in that colorful list, and then at 247, we have a license, motor vehicle license disc certificate, and then you confirm at 247, you confirm the registration number is BZ.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, and the motor vehicle is BMW 3 Series.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, and then at the top again, it has your name and a cell phone number, and you say that's your handwriting.
Yes,
okay.
Yes, Commissioner.
So we know that, now we know from this that at least some of the vehicles in this list are the vehicles that you ask Mr. Steyn to register.
You are 100% correct, Commissioner.
Okay. And this list, what I call the list, it says to somebody, this document here, it says to somebody, just for completeness, it says in the first paragraph, this letter serves to confirm that the EMPD, under the command of Acting Deputy Municipal Police Commissioner Brigadier J.D. Mkhwanazi of Specialized Services, has an endless working relationship and memorandum with CAT VIP. So you accept this is your letter. You must accept, because these vehicles that I've read for you are here with registration numbers, and they are on the license certificates, which has your name, and you say it's your registration, it's your handwriting.
The address, yes, in this document, yes.
So
100%, yes,
okay.
Commissioner.
All right, thank you. You can put Mkhwanazi away, and then, but still related to the same topic.
Then,
still
I
on
remove
this,
the file.
yeah, you can put away Mkhwanazi now. Still on this same.
Same document, eh?
No, the same topic, the same related topic. You said earlier when you were explaining to Ms. Sello how things work with registration, with vehicles. You said Mr. Steyn, as the proxy, is the one that deals with the registration. Okay, do you want me to repeat myself?
No, I'm listening.
You heard me.
Yes.
All right. You were explaining to Ms. Sello how it works.
Yes, Commissioner.
That the proxy, Mr. Steyn, he's the one that deals with registration of vehicles. He's the one that hands out vehicles to officers, and by the time he hands them out, they already have blue lights. He sorts that out.
Yes,
I think that's
yes,
what you said.
Yes, Commissioner.
So
Let me, blue lights and branding, if there's a branding, yes. I agree with 100%.
okay.
Yes.
So when you ask him to register a vehicle, and it's an EMPD, it's going to be an EMPD vehicle, and the donation letter, remember the donation letter, you don't have to go to it, I'll read it. And the donation letter says that the vehicles will enhance the EMPD's efforts in crime prevention and community safety, and to assist in VIP protection training, tactical and training enhancement. When you give him that letter and then you say, go register these vehicles, as the person who's also responsible for making sure that EMPD vehicles have got blue lights, right? You said he's responsible for that, yes. Okay? He would therefore, can we accept that he would have been the one that arranges for blue lights for these cars that are being donated.
I lost you. You said you could be the one that
arranges the blue lights, because he's the person responsible for that. He would be the one responsible to make sure that these vehicles that are now EMPD vehicles have blue lights.
Yes, I get 200%, Commissioner.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. So we will hear from him. We should ask him about these blue lights on these vehicles.
Yes, Commissioner, on my bundle, there's an attachment from Christine when he was visited by Mr. Mkhwanazi's officers. Can you go to the bundle? There's a letter.
Which bundle?
It's JD.
Oh, your
I
bundle.
don't know how to do it.
Your bundle.
It's Brigadier Mkhwanazi, file 1, the stick 1.
Okay. Page number?
I haven't checked which page where Christine.
Or Christine,
The
there
attachment,
is an
yes.
index at the front of the file, just check.
Thank you.
The index, Ms. Sillo, doesn't
Doesn't
describe
name.
the
Doesn't
document.
describe. Okay, we will locate for you. I'll
Please,
locate it for you in a second.
Please.
Very important.
I don't have Christine.
Sorry, Commissioner. Commissioner, can you please describe the letter you are referring to?
Mr. Christine, he confirms that after the testimony of General Mkhwanazi, but it doesn't say so. I'm not sure is it the Hawks or what, but we had the registration plate of them. They went to him. They wanted to confirm that did he put any blue lights, did he put any branding as per allegation. Then when he responds, can you keep on checking it so that they can have it? When he responds, he says that when we accepted the donation, we were definitely sure that, we said we don't have money. And in order for us to put blue lights and branding, it's supposed to be a council item that motivates that the city must put blue lights and brand, but it must be done in terms of finance. It's done by the finance department. They must allocate budget for that. And in that letter, he confirms
That he didn't put in, he couldn't put in blue lights
Yes.
because there was no budget.
Yes, Commissioner.
Is that what you're saying about
Yes,
it?
Commissioner.
Okay, no, that's fine. Then that answers me. And then lastly from me, yesterday, in your last discussion with the chairperson, he asked you a question about the Medicare, we're talking about Medicare 24 now, I've now shifted, and that discussion with the chair, and he asked you, you are not involved with health. Why are you the one that goes that deals with this? You remember that?
Yes,
that
yes,
discussion. I understood you accepted, in fact, I think in your evidence, you said, yes, you don't have the power to deal with health.
Yes.
I think you were asked who, and you said would be somewhere in the city managers, maybe the city manager. You said maybe the city manager, you said that.
Yes, maybe they may. No, Commissioner wanted the specific person. I said it's a multi-department, it's different departments. There can't be one person who does that. That's why I was lost. Good work, good. But I've said, but the central person who can manage all these persons, maybe someone from city or someone that is delegated by the city manager.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, your testimony yesterday about how you came to deal with Medicare, right? And your past relationship, you said there was a relationship already. Your officers were going to their clinic during COVID. You remember that evidence?
Yes, and exams and
No,
candidates.
I want to talk about the COVID one. Did you are you the one that made the arrangement for Medicare to assist your officers with COVID testing and things related to that?
It was after COVID. Yeah, let me say it was about COVID. Yes.
So you are the one that did that?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Medicare from my officers, and then I went and spoke to Mike. Correct me if I'm wrong in my recollection of your evidence.
It was for the first time for me after to go to Mike. In fact, they assisted us during that time for the first time. Then the second time it was carded or the photocopying and what. These two, they assisted us.
No.
But it was for the first time after they informed me. I wasn't aware. I didn't know up until the approach, up until I went there. That one I accept. But before that, I never had any. I didn't know it didn't know me.
No, let me be clear what you're saying. I'm not talking about the cadet thing, so don't worry about that.
Oh, yes.
I'm not concerned about that. We have a memorandum which says they will assist in drawing blood in drug busts and when your officers are injured on duty. That's the memorandum, right?
Yes.
Now, yesterday I understood you to say that was the first time you dealt with Medicare. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner, you're correct.
But we also know from your evidence that before this memorandum, let me put it differently. Before this memorandum, your officers were already attending at the clinic of Medicare for COVID testing.
No, Commissioner, it's wrong. It's wrong. I don't know what was the relations, you see, but they were not attending.
No, but you said...
No, I've said after... Oh, thanks for allowing me. I said after communicating with Mike, you see, that's when we started to see, after he presented, it was after, I said after the COVID, that's when he started to raise the issue of testing and everything. That's when we started. But it was for the first time, and it was starting after I met with him. Before that, I don't know what was the relations about.
Are you the one that introduced Mike to the city?
Not to officers, to the city, yes. To the senior management, yes. Yes, I agree on that, Commissioner.
You are the one that started the relationship. Before you spoke to Mike, are you saying the city or the EMPD, both of them, did not have any relationship whatsoever, any working relationship with Medicare?
Commissioner, you're changing it.
No,
I'm saying,
not. Let me explain myself.
Yes.
I'm not trying to trick you. I really just want to understand what your evidence is because it is important. So if I'm not capturing it correctly, please correct me. Tell me, no, this is what it is.
Yes. My relationship, it started after the officers said there's this person who wants to assist EMPT. Then I went there. Yes. It started the day I first met him. He told me what he was going to do, what he's suggesting to do. Then after that, I've said, please go and present it to senior management so that they will understand. Not even EMPT, senior than EMPT. After I spoke to my deputy chief of police, he advised me, no, the best way is to take it to that level. That's when it started. Then after that, after he came back, that's where the process of officers, not even officers per se, EMPT, because even seniors, they went there. You see, that process started.
So before the MOU, no one in the city was using Medicare clinic?
Maybe they used privately, so.
Okay.
Yeah, not for EMPT things. No.
Okay.
No,
all
no,
right.
no.
No, thank you. Thank you.
Yes, Chair, of course.
May I very
Absolutely, Chair.
hopefully briefly, depending on the answers that I get. Commissioner, now that you have finally admitted that you gave the memorandum of agreement to Mr. Chris Stein, would you agree that you would have given it to him only if you were of the view that there was in existence a memorandum of agreement between the Metro and CAT VIP protection? Do you agree?
May you please repeat? That's where you say only if, but
Now that you have finally agreed that you did give Mr. Chris Steyn the memorandum of agreement, do you accept that you would have done so only if you were of the view that there was indeed a memorandum of agreement between the Metro and CAT VIP protection? Do you understand me now?
you're too diplomatic, but Madlanga, Commissioner, let me agree that I took it to Chris because there was this process. You see, because even yesterday
I'm not talking about a process. I'm talking about your understanding or belief that there was in existence a memorandum of agreement between the Metro and CAT VIP protection. So I'm saying it would have made sense for you to give the memorandum to Mr. Chris Steyn if you believed that there was indeed
or if I believed
such an agreement.
Yes, now I get to it.
So you believed that there was in your agreement?
I know that there was a process.
No.
I was very positive that they were going to sign, but
No, Commissioner, you said, oh yes. I took that to mean that you were agreeing that in your mind you were of the view that there was in existence a memorandum of agreement. Is that correct?
let me say yes.
Thank you. It's only logical because if there was no memorandum of agreement, I'm not inviting a response. Now, going to, again, the letter of intention to commit, were you of the view that its content was correct? The letter of intent.
Yes, at that
surely you read it.
Yes.
And you were happy with its content.
Yes, at that time. But yesterday you told me, said no, it was
now,
wrong. Yes.
that too, in paragraph 2, Mr. Matlala says that the is a signed memorandum of agreement with Eguruleni. So that too is another document that indicates that you were of the view that there was an existence.
And I even said...
And can I tell you what my suspicion is with
yes.
regard to your denial,
yes.
Your denial,
yes.
or your allegation that it's a forgery? I think that you are denying it because it says you said there was in existence a memorandum of agreement. Is that not the main reason for you to disagree?
Which document that I've said can you...
RS22 of Spies, that's the document yesterday that you said is a forgery.
No, Commissioner, if I said that, I was not going to deny. As I've said that, and as I've accepted that, it is me who went to them.
Remember in your testimony several times when Ms. Sillo was questioning you, you said several times, with regard to Medicare 24, with regard to CAT VIP protection, no memorandum of agreement ever came into existence because I was the only one that signed within the Metro.
Yes.
So you knew that you would be in serious difficulties if you were to admit that you penned this document because it says in it that there was a memorandum of agreement. and it purports to have been written by you. If after the questioning by Ms. Sillo and what you had said with regard to the existence or otherwise of a memorandum of agreement, and you now suddenly agreed that, yes, I wrote this letter, yes, in this letter I say there was a memorandum of agreement, you would have been in trouble, immediate trouble. So it makes sense that you would have denied that you ever wrote this letter. Do you agree?
No, I don't agree, Madlanga. Remember, you asked me many times yesterday, you see, about, I lost it now. There's something that I wanted to say, but it was you who was asking. In fact, you were not fighting me, you see. You were trying to get truth and something, yes.
Just on that, yes. Let me hear you.
Yes, you were trying to get truth and something. I said, no, can you verify? If at all in the documents it's me, I will accept. Because I made the relations with the two companies. Yes. It is me who made relations. I agree on that.
Let me just make this observation.
Yes,
you may comment if you want to. I understand why you would deny that you wrote this letter. It's because it would be, your admission of having written this letter would be at odds what you had said earlier when Ms. Sillo took you through the memoranda. So I understand your denial. I'm not saying it's acceptable, but I understand why you would deny it. Okay. Do you want to comment?
No, I don't have a comment on that.
All right. Now, having said that you gave Mr. Christine the quote-unquote memorandum of agreement, and having said that you had no problem with the content of the letter of intention to commit insofar as it relates to the existence of a memorandum of agreement, I suggest to you that it would not have been odd at all for you to write in this letter of the 16th of October, the to whom it may concern letter, to write in there that there was in existence a memorandum of agreement with Cat Matlala, with Cat VIP protection. It would not have been odd at all. The three connect together. Your comment?
No, I don't have a comment. I'm having it, but no, I don't have it.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Lo, before you take this back, I just want to put something to...
Indeed, Commissioner.
I just want to put something to Commissioner in the light of our discussion. I asked you in this last discussion whether you are the one that introduced Medicare to the city, and you said yes. I want to read you my note of yesterday, what you said about it. You said our members, you said you were talking to your members about VIP protection, and then you said our members from Community Liaison Unit said they were working with Medicare. That's my note of your evidence yesterday, that you heard about it from your members, and it's your members from the liaison unit, from the...
No, you are...
From the community liaison.
No, from the CAT, it's not CLU. The CAT, it's your SWAT tactical. Okay. Even yesterday, you wanted clarity on that. I clarified. We talked about intervention. And different, but it's my members, yes, but from
the community.
No, intervention unit.
No.
Can I clarify it, please, Commissioner?
No, I don't want you to repeat. To repeat, I'm reading you my note. And then I'm going to hand you over to Ms. Sillo. I'm just saying to you, here's what I recorded as your evidence yesterday. You are free to tell me. If you're telling me I was wrong, that's fine. You don't have to explain it. We can leave it at that. So I'm reading for you. You said yesterday, our members from Community Liaison Unit said they were working with Medicare. They told me about Medicare and said they were working with Medicare, right?
Yes.
So your members told you they were working with Medicare.
Yes.
Yes, so you are not the one that introduced Medicare to the city. It must mean that. If you heard about Medicare from the community liaison members and they said to you, we are working with Medicare 24, it means you did not introduce Medicare to the city.
But I'm the one who said you must go to
where?
To the senior management.
Yes. No, where Mike made a presentation.
Yes.
No, that's fine. That's fine. That evidence I understand.
Okay.
What I'm putting to you is, according to your evidence yesterday, Medicare was already working with members of your community liaison unit.
Yes.
Is that correct, right?
Yes.
And if community liaison unit was already working with Medicare at that point, somebody else entered into that arrangement on behalf of the city or community liaison unit. It's not you, it's somebody else, right? You don't know who?
Yes, let me say so.
Okay. Now, we heard from Commissioner Mapieye, from Chief Mapieye, but also you repeated it yesterday, that the municipal manager is the person, or the city manager, is the person who has the authority to enter into contracts, memorandum of understanding on behalf of the city. You remember that evidence?
Yes, and I agree.
And it is correct to say that, right?
Yes.
So if there was a contract, a lawful and valid contract, if it was done lawfully, if there's a contract between Medicare or an agreement with Medicare to provide services to the community liaison unit, if it was done lawfully, it would have been entered into by the city manager.
Yeah. Commissioner, I don't want to take a wrong direction and view. There are memorandum of agreements that you sign as a department. I'm saying so, I'm going to give example, and you can go and check, but we liaise with Legal and Corporate. As I've said, that we develop a memorandum of agreement within the department. You take it for comments. There are 5 or 6 memorandum of agreement as I signed now as an acting HOD, but it was a conversation between Legal and Corporate. But maybe they may be delegated, but we didn't communicate with.
Yeah, you don't know anything about this.
Yes,
I'm not saying you did anything. What I'm putting to you, and let me say that Dr. Mkhwanazi, when she was testifying, she also said she's the one with the authority to enter into contract.
On behalf of the city.
Chief Mapieye said the same thing. You have confirmed that yesterday, that the authority lies with the city manager, right? Why are you hesitating?
There's an attachment that I will attach today. There's a document that I discovered yesterday at night where he signed on behalf of the department with, you see.
Okay.
But as you said, I think I must agree, because I don't know what has happened before it came there.
Yes.
And I don't know the communication between him and the city manager. I agree. Okay. I agree. I can't talk on behalf of.
Okay.
I agree.
But it's possible. I guess what I'm putting is now that we know where the authority lies, it lies with the city manager.
Yes.
And we know now from your evidence that your community liaison people were using Medicare before you started talking to Mike, right? They are the ones that told you about Medicare.
Commissioner, can I take that blame? Can I take that ownership? Because I don't know what was the relations, you see.
No, I'm
but
not.
The one that introduced, can I take that? You see, I don't want to shift the blame to other people, you see. Can I take it? I'm the one who said, Mike, go and present to the senior authority. Maybe they may have maybe it was a consultation they spoke or what. Maybe it may be those relations.
Yes.
But this one, may I take ownership? I don't want in this commission, because I see you, I want to distance from what I did, you see.
Okay.
I want to be honest in this commission. The one that we're talking about, I'm the one who did it, not them.
So were you not being truthful yesterday when you said, from what you're saying now, were you not being truthful yesterday when you said, our members from community liaison said they were working with Medicare? Because that's what you said yesterday.
Yes, I'm truthful, Commissioner. But I'm saying this one of taking it to that level, it is me. You see, it is not them, it is me.
No, I'm not saying they did anything wrong.
I get you, Commissioner.
And I'm not saying you did anything wrong either. I'm not saying anyone did wrong. I'm just putting things so that they make sense. Putting things together. The one is the authority to contract lies with the city manager.
Yes.
We are all agreed on that,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Two, your evidence is that your community liaison people told you they were already using Medicare, right? When they told you go talk to Mike, right?
Yes.
They told you that they are working with Medicare.
Yes.
All I'm putting to you is, if there is a lawful agreement that allowed the community liaison people to use Medicare, if it is lawful, it would have been concluded by the city manager or someone that she delegated. You accept that
I get you.
as a proposition?
Yes.
All right, thank you. That's all I wanted to establish. Thank you very much.
No, when you're a leader, you must take responsibility for the decisions that you have taken, you see. I don't want to shift the blame and say, ngoba kuyashisa now. No. But I understand what you said. Correct, 100%.
All right, thank you.
Just one last thing, at least on this aspect.
Yes, Chair.
Sillo and Commissioner. When I engaged you this last time, I said you believed that there was in existence a memorandum. And then I took you all the way through. And when I engaged you this last time, in fact, my question suggested that you believed that there was in existence a memorandum of agreement. I want to temper that language because you know for a fact that there was no memorandum of agreement in existence. Not so?
There was a process that I started.
No, please answer, otherwise it will take forever. There was no memorandum of agreement and you knew it, correct?
Correct, Madlanga.
And you knew that from the very first time you were the only signatory to that document, the intended memorandum of agreement.
For the CAT?
Yeah, CAT only.
Yes.
Yes.
That one, yes.
Yes. So when you gave this memorandum to Mr. Chris Steyn, it was more a case of you making out as though there was in existence a memorandum of agreement, correct?
No, it's not correct, Madlanga. You know, when you look at this document, there are two different documents. The other one is saving my only signature.
But is the content different?
No, it's not the same.
Is the content different?
Yes, can you go to both documents? The other one is saving, and you even raise it, my signature and Vus Matlala. And there's my signature.
Only his name, but
yes.
not his signature. But is the content different?
I wanted to say that. Yes, the content,
sorry.
The content is not the same.
The content or the content differs.
The other one is saving 3.
It doesn't matter. None of that matters, Mr. Commissioner. None of that matters. You have admitted that you gave that document to Mr. Chris Steyn. That's what matters.
Oh, yeah.
And that document purports that there is in existence a memorandum of agreement between between CAT VIP protection and the Metro. That's what matters. And you have agreed that you gave that document to Mr. Chris Steyn. So let's not go back there.
Okay.
Now my question is, you, having given that document to Mr. Chris Steyn, you were making out as though there was in existence a memorandum of agreement, correct?
That's not correct, Madlanga.
Why not? Purely because this one does not bear a signature?
No.
Why should that matter? Because you have accepted that you gave that document, signature or no signature.
No,
You've accepted that you gave that document to Mr. Chris Steyn. So why should it matter?
After that, your sentence says, when I went to Chris, created as if there is. Or in fact, I lied to Chris Let me say so.
Was there a memorandum of agreement in existence? There wasn't. There
Yes.
wasn't. Not so. There wasn't. There wasn't.
That's why the
No,
document is not
please,
even
let's not speak at the same time. There was no memorandum of agreement. There wasn't, correct?
You are correct, Debo.
You have accepted that you gave that document to Mr. Christine, correct?
Yes.
And that document purports to be a memorandum of agreement, correct?
Yes.
So why would you deny that you were making out, as though there was in existence, a memorandum of agreement?
No, I
A yes just must follow as a matter of course. Correct?
You're cornering me, Bob Madlanga.
Correct? All right, I'll leave it at that. No answer.
Thank you, Chair. Chair and Commissioners. Commissioner Mkhwanazi, following on your engagement with the commissioners,
Yes.
I would have wanted to ask you another question, hopefully a final one on the topic for clarification, but unfortunately it requires me to use the verb facilitate, and I know that you consider that a declaration of war. So I haven't found a better verb to substitute, so I will not pose my question.
I can't fight with the commissioner. I'll stay in prison for life.
I'll ask you a different one, and just in passing. Very briefly, have you ever received any money from Mr. Vusi Matlala, or him personally, directly, or any of his companies?
No, but
It's a yes or no?
The part just might be interesting.
no, let me say,
Okay, I'll allow you the but.
let me relate the relations. Yes, we had dinner, we had lunch, suppers. In fact, we're talking now. You see, sometimes you'll give me money for petrol, or sometimes you borrow money from me. Say, "Ingamla petrol, 500 rand, 300 rand." It's those monies. But we use, as I've said to you, we're beginning to be that close now, talking every day and meeting and discussing. Even after these failed things, he was never negative to me. You see, he was very positive, and you see, the only thing that stopped the communications, this news that, hey, now there was this shock and fear. You see, but we, Madlanga commissioners, were very, very close. You see, communicating. The only thing that he didn't like to discuss politics, but we'll discuss many things. Even some frustrations that I was having at work. In fact, I treated him as a brother. Like, you see, that's why I was so shocked when there was this thing of Gilpart. I said, why didn't he talk to me? Or why didn't he talk to me having such challenges? But we were very, very, very close, like a brother. You see.
The short answer is that you did get money from him for things like petrol, 500 rand here, 300 rand here for food.
Yes. There was a time where there was serious frustration on suspension coming. Remember, I was getting overtime and some benefits. Then it was difficult for me to buy food and feed the kids. And you see, then I was saying, Gamla, 200 nyana, 1,000 nyana, and he will, and say, no, I'll give you some, you see. Yes. Let me think of something else. Some I won't even remember, but there was, I won't lie to you. As I've said, that we began yesterday morning, and even in the WhatsApp, you could see that we were calling each other Gamla. In fact, it was not even Gamla, man. There's a way that I used to, blood brother. To those, I had a funeral where I lost 3 siblings, he was there. He was there. I remember, Commissioner.
Commissioner.
Yes, let me say yes. When I had...
Commissioner Mkhwanazi, I apologize. My question, I had insisted, was a yes or no.
Oh, let me say yes.
And the chair
is
the one who got us into this trouble.
Oh, yes.
By saying that the but might be important.
The but
it's a never-ending but.
The but, it actually gave you the answer.
No, I wanted to be 100% transparent.
Indeed.
Because I lost 3 siblings, I'm the one who's working. They were not working. There was where he came and assisted with money to buy meat for that funeral, and he assisted and even attended the funeral. He supported me. He was there.
Thank you. I take it when you say money for petrol, you gave examples of 500 rand, 1,000 there. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes, I spoke about the funeral even now. He assisted.
Okay, now
yes.
And the assistance for the funeral, what levels have we reached then? How much? Guesswork, I won't hold you strictly to a number.
In terms of levels,
Yeah.
I don't understand. How much?
From 500, 1,000 for petrol,
No, it
for
was,
the funeral.
No, it was thousands.
How many?
I'm not sure, commissioners, you know.
When was
But around 2020, I was suspended 2023, around it's 2023, 2022 there. I don't remember, but I lost, it was the period of, but it was within a year, 6 months, I lost siblings like this, yes.
So it was following your suspension or before your suspension? I'm trying to find a time slot.
Before and after.
Before and after.
Yes, I lost siblings there.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
And if I suggested to you that in 2022 you received varying amounts, at times 20,000 at one go, 30,000 at one go, would you have a challenge?
No, not varying amounts. I think it was once. The other ones, it was food and not money. No.
I'm going to...
Let's say it may be 20 or 50 there, yeah. He
Okay.
assisted me there. I don't want to lie. I was able to bury one of my siblings.
Now, and Mr. Van Wyk, has he ever lent you money, given you money?
No, with Van Wyk, I raised the frustrations of kids.
No, has he?
Yeah, no, he has never. No, Mike has never given me money.
Has he ever assisted you financially in any manner whatsoever?
No, with Mike, we were talking about, he was having a friend. He said, we were discussing about frustrations of me paying school fees and what. He said, no, man, I've got a guy that can assist you, if I remember. I've got a guy that he does sponsors. He does.
Sorry.
Let me wait.
We were. You were. Please continue. You were saying.
No, they say he was having a friend from Wheatbank on Mpumalanga.
Yeah.
He does give sponsors and assist kids and everything.
Okay.
Then he requested me to identify kids and identify school kids and send him a bank account, but he will negotiate. But that didn't materialize.
So.
But there was no relations anymore. That didn't materialize.
So
or that guy didn't do that.
Was this for underprivileged kids, for instance?
No. We discussed. I was discussing with him that I'm having these challenges. We discussed.
I heard you say you must identify kids. So I thought.
No, my kids.
Or your kids.
Oh yes, that are at school. Yes.
Okay, a pack of 3 pages have just been put before you. They are a continuation of the EMPD exhibit bundle, CJC 56A.
Oh,
So
yes.
it will go to the bottom of that pile. You confirm that is an email from you dated the 5th of June 2024, the first document.
Yes.
Addressed to Mr. Van Wyk.
Yes.
And you say, good afternoon, Mike. And it describes the attachments as statement, as a PDF document. You confirm that?
Yes.
And attached to that is a high school, I won't say the name, statement for a stated student bearing same name as you.
Yes.
For 66,000. You confirm that's what you sent to Mr. Van Wyk?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's where you solicited the financial assistance.
Soliciting. That's where we, after engaging with him, he promised that he's going to talk to that guy to assist. Yes.
But you say nothing came of it.
No, nothing. From that thing, nothing.
So if the commission were to investigate as to how this bill was settled eventually.
Please. No, it was not settled. You can go. Please, you
Okay.
can go.
So it
I'm
was
still having challenges, yes. It was not settled.
You say you are doing what?
Yeah, I'm saying you can. The way you can investigate.
Oh, I thought I heard the word challenge.
No. You can investigate. Nothing.
All right, now if you turn to the third page, the last one, is that a correct reflection what's on that page?
The school fees.
And the other one?
This one.
Yes.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
So I'm saying that table, does it correctly reflect the payments made to you on the dates specified there and in the amounts reflected?
No.
Do you accept or deny?
No, the first one was assisted, I agreed.
The one
On
of
funeral,
20,000?
Yes. This one, Medicare. Mike didn't assist me with anything, madam.
No. All I want is, there are two other payments. I want your comment on them. Do you confirm that the account number reflected there is yours? Under the column 2 account number?
Yes.
It's the same account throughout,
yes,
so that's your account.
Yes.
The last column reflects the various amounts, 3 in total. You've admitted the first.
Yes.
Do you deny the second?
No, I've never. I don't remember.
No, it's a yes or no.
Yes.
Do you deny the second?
Yes, I don't remember.
Do you deny the third?
Black egg, what is black egg?
From the evidence that we have had so far, it's one of Mr. Matala's companies, if that helps.
Yeah, but if it's from Matlala, Matlala assisted me a lot during those times. If it's from Matlala, I accept. You see, Mike never assisted me when
No, all of them are from Mr. Matlala. All those entities listed there are associated with Mr. Matlala. So they're not from Mike.
No, Vusi used to assist me.
From
in
Mr.
bad times.
Matala, okay.
Yeah, in bad times, he used to assist me. Yes.
So you do admit receiving these payments from Mr. Matala in these periods, or entities associated.
Yeah,
with
no, Vusi used to assist me. Yes,
okay.
no, that one I agree.
Transcript, you mentioned the amounts, but not the dates.
Okay, maybe for completeness.
That dates, yes, I agree. That dates, yes.
Yes, the 5th of May, 2022, 20,000. For purposes of the record. The second, in fact, I'll start again. The first is paid by Cat Protection and Security Services Pty Limited into the stated account. The date paid is 5th May 2022, an amount of 20,000. The second is by Medicare 24 Tshwane District Pty Limited, and I thought that is Mr. Van Veek's entity, but nonetheless, same account, and the date is 18 June 2022 for 20,000. The last is Black AK Trading and Suppliers Pty Limited. Once again, the account details are the same, and that was on the 10th of December 2022 for 30,000.
Yeah,
That was for the record. Thanks, Commissioner.
Yes, and on top of
apologies. All I'm asking is that you do confirm for the record that those are affected.
Yes, in fact, even on top of that, he had this thing with Ngamla. When this thing is a PS, Ibarat, I will make you for no resign, man. You see, we had that. No, I don't want to lie. We had that, and I prayed for him. You see, that thing. Even when there were bad news, I said, No, I must be honest. We were like,
Commissioner Mkhwanazi, I do appreciate the closeness of your relationship. You explained away one payment because you said you had a death in the family.
Yes.
And the other payments, what were they for?
Commissioners, I had many challenges, you see.
Yeah.
We discussed, used to assist, not even these ones, maybe on top of these ones, it may be these 500 that when you discuss and get, and you see, we discussed many things with Vusi, and he was assisting. He was a brother.
I see that they were over a period 5th of May to the 10th of December. I know that. And I know that the letter of intention to commit issued by Mr. Matlala, you remember, Annexure JM 17 by MAPA, is dated the 15th of June 2022.
Yes.
The letter that gave rise to the registration of vehicles.
Yes.
I will argue before the commissioners that those payments were made in gratification for your efforts in facilitating the registration of the vehicles to enable Mr. Matala to fit them with blue lights.
No.
Let me finish first, because I'm going to invite you for a comment.
Yes.
And that's what I'm going to argue to the commissioners, based on the evidence and these amounts and the times, particularly because when you started, I asked you whether you have received monies You were telling me about Ngamla 500, 1,000.
I agree.
And then you stuck with that story until you just increased it slightly. I asked you to give me a number that he would have contributed for the funeral, seeing as for petrol and the like, it's 500,000, and technically you refused to. It is when I produced these amounts to you that then you allocated one of them potentially to a funeral. You refused to state when was this death. It stretched from before or after your suspension, and here there are specific dates. So on the basis of all that, I am going to seek to persuade the commissioners that this is in part gratification. I'm not even suggesting it's the totality, but at least we know that at the moment of that letter of intention to commit, Mr. Matala had started making significant payments to you.
No.
Do you have a comment?
No, it's not that. As I'm saying that, he even promised me far more than that. Even now, when we were not having, there was nothing that was happening. You see, he said, when I get this thing, Gamla, you will retire. I'm going to you will find another thing, business and everything. And I was very happy. In far more than that, you see. Even though it didn't specify, you see. And I even said, I was praying that to get those things. I was praying that to get that tender, you see, so that I can start my own and relax, as you see. This is, in fact, to him, it was just nothing. It has nothing to do with that, you see. There was something which is bigger than this, you see. When there was nothing that is happening, nurse and other things, he said, no, I want you to start your own thing and retire. I said, hey,
may I be fair to you and ask you not to commit yourself too early? I didn't say that is the totality of the evidence of payments made to you.
Oh, yes.
I'm just discussing the payments in that period of 2012.
Okay.
So I would advise that you don't commit yourself any further, than you have on the scope. Commissioners, that would bring me to the conclusion of my part with Commissioner Mkhwanazi, and I thank you for the opportunity. As I said, we move to the next chapter. That will be led by Advocate Mutasedi, and we require about 5 minutes just to change of guard. And I think Commissioner Mkhwanazi would also appreciate a comfort break.
Yes. We'll hear from you. Let's adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Sillo, I
Okay.
just want to talk to you about some of the last things you said.
Yes, Chair.
You said that you will be submitting to us or arguing, presenting argument
Yes.
to us on the last issues that you raised with the Commissioner.
Yes, Chair.
It lies with me, not even with my co-commissioners, to regulate our process.
Indeed.
So making submissions to us is not something that you would do as of right. So if I do not allow you to make submissions, you will not. So it's not as of right.
Fully accepted, Chair, and it was not stated in an attempt to undermine your authority or the process as determined by you. It was in a bid to explain to Mr. Mkhwanazi the seriousness of the point and the conviction I would, based on the evidence-led desire for the commissioners to have. And I do accept that whether or not, at the end of the day, I get to argue before the commissioners is a decision for the Chair to make. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Silva. Thank you.
Thank you.
As I walked out, and also for your benefit, Commissioner, probably some of you gathered here saw me give papers to Ms. Mkhwanazi. I don't want you to think I was told that is you. You were told that Ms. Mkhwanazi is the one that's going to be questioning you now.
Yes.
So I don't want you to suspect that, oh gosh, maybe the chair was giving Ms. Mkhwanazi some ammunition on the basis of which she must question me. No, I was giving her the last documents that we were all given for Ms. Mkhwanazi to put them where they should be in our files. It seems, Ms. Mkhwanazi, that I'm not the only one that doesn't know where these should go. So just help all three of us, please, please.
Thank you, Chair. The document you're holding is labeled 10A, I believe. It would go,
don't worry.
Yes,
You will just assist us.
I will
You'll
assist.
just
I
stick
will
them where
assist.
they should
No
go.
problem.
Thank you. Thank you.
At the same time, Chair, I think the comment that Ms. Mkhwanazi wanted to give is important for the record, lest I did not properly describe where the document fits in. It's part of our exhibits, and it's a continuation of the exhibit file. Just for the record, lest it gets misplaced, or on a reading of the transcript, it is not apparent where this document fits in.
All right. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And on the topic that you're going to start with now, do you think we've taken forever with all the others? So I doubt that we'll finish this because we don't want to go beyond the end of tea time.
Chair, I'll make every attempt to be brief, of course. But the issue we are about to address is an important one, I think we can appreciate. And Commissioner Mkhwanazi is facing serious allegations, and I think we should put them to him and allow him to respond in detail.
All right. But is it in order if maybe we can sit until 11:15?
Indeed, and then make an assessment, yes.
Yes, but whether you are done or not, we stop at that point.
I'm comfortable with that, Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Morning, Madam.
Good morning.
Is it correct when I call Madam, or must I say lead investigator?
You address us even if you are responding to a question by Ms. Mkhwanazi. So you just keep saying commissioners.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Mkhwanazi, just so that you can order yourself, for the next line of questions, I would ask you to have your witness statement nearby, your witness statement.
Yes.
Okay. And then earlier this morning, you were provided with a very narrow file labeled Witness D statement. I'd ask you to keep those files close to you and let me know when you've got. Can I ask you to open your witness statement, please, and go to paragraph 68.
Ms. Mkhwanazi, the desk is very cluttered. Should we put away Mr. Mkhwanazi's other documents?
Yes, Commissioner, can I suggest at this stage that we perhaps the commissioners move everything to the back, and right now we focus on the statement and witness D, and then I will call for further documents as we go through Commissioner Mkhwanazi's evidence.
Thank you.
Yes, my brother.
Thank you, Commissioner Mkhwanazi. Do you have your witness statement nearby, please?
Yes,
Yes,
22.
could I ask you to go to page 22, please?
Yes.
There is a big bold heading on that page that should say out of jurisdiction operations.
Yes.
Do you see that?
Yes.
If I could draw your attention to paragraph 68. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So, just to place us in context, Commissioner, under that heading of out of jurisdiction operations, you make several assertions. You set out some information over there.
Yes.
And then in paragraph 68, you detail something there about witness D. Have a look at paragraph 68, please.
Oh, yes,
there is a reference there
yes.
to a witness D.
Yes.
Indeed. So you therefore are aware that there was an individual who testified before the commission under the pseudonym identity of witness D. Is that correct?
It's correct. Mm-hmm. I started to be aware 2023 when Pete approached me. Yes.
So you're aware that evidence was given by an individual under the name witness D in front of the commission?
Yes.
And amongst others, several allegations were made in respect of you.
Sorry, I must do something. It's very important. If you know the identity of witness D, please do not mention it. It may be that during your engagements with IPID, they mentioned the name to you. Please do not mention it.
No, I don't know him.
Thank you, Commissioner. And further to that, Commissioner Mkhwanazi also confirmed that the statement of witness D as provided to you is in fact redacted, and there is no reference to the identity of witness D. Is that correct?
This one that you provided now?
Yes. It's got black line. It's redacted. Please confirm that. It's got black line. You can't see the name of who is witness D.
There's something that I want to check.
Yes.
No, I can't.
Thank you. Commissioner, in paragraph 68, you make a reference to witness D. You've confirmed now that you are aware that witness D gave evidence, amongst others, concerning you before the commission.
Yes.
Correct. In order to locate that, there's a statement of witness D in front of you. I'll ask you to turn to page 1. You'll see there on the front page it reads witness statement of, and it's redacted. It's a black line, a solid black line.
Yes.
Indeed. Paragraph 1 is an introductory paragraph. You see that?
Yes.
Thank you. And paragraph 2 begins with the words, on the evening of the 15th of April 2022. Do you see that?
Yes.
Indeed. Commissioner Mkhwanazi, before I take you through the evidence of witness D in detail, you've already confirmed to the Commission that you have some knowledge of his testimony, and I therefore invite you to speak. You indicate in your statement that you disagree with the version provided, so I would encourage you to share with the Commissioners anything you have to say concerning the events of the 15th of April 2022 as presented by witness D.
Yes, yes, I'll do. Even though now I know it's the 15th, you see, April. At that night...
Perhaps for context, why don't you very briefly state what those events are, very briefly, so that the Commissioner may then state his version.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, if we start there at paragraph 2, witness D gives the Commission a particular date of the 15th of April 2022. Right? I won't go into everything in detail right now because I'll take you through the statement in detail in due course. But when you work through the statement, witness D indicates that he was invited to an operation in Brakpan in April of 2022. He was invited to a law enforcement operation on a plot in Brakpan. Witness D then also sets out the individuals who were part of that operation. You would find that at paragraph 5 of witness D's statement. In the course of giving evidence before the testimony, before the Commission, some of the allegations made by witness D was that the primary purpose of that operation was to recover stolen goods from a warehouse, and that in the course of that operation, several members from different law enforcement agencies were involved, and that the suspect, the individual who was suspected of taking part in that warehouse robbery, was tortured in order to obtain information about the location of the stolen goods and later on about an amount of money, and ultimately died at that location in Brakpan. If you go further in the statement, and I'll take you to the direct paragraphs, the allegations, particularly as they relate to you, is that upon the death of this suspect who was involved in this warehouse robbery, upon the death of this suspect, several members of that operation who were in law enforcement telephoned you and sought your assistance in covering up the events that occurred at that property in Brakpan in April of 2022. And at a latter part of the statement, witness D indicates that you, in fact, attended at the property, meaning you arrived at the property. Witness D describes what you were wearing, who you spoke to, and says that you looked at him and indicated that somebody needs to dump the body, this body of the suspected thief, into either a dam or a mining shaft. And witness D admits that he did so. So, Commissioner, having given you that background, where you understand with some measure of detail the allegations made by witness D, that is the content of his statement.
Yes.
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 I invite you, with reference to your paragraph 68, to share with the Commission if indeed you were there at this property on the night in question. And if you were there, what brought you there? You indicate in paragraph 68 that you have views about the version presented by witness D. So I encourage you to inform the Commission, give the Commission your account of those events, and to the extent that you disagree, where you disagree. Thank you.
I'm not sure it is early hours of the 15th. I'm not sure that is the 15th the day where they started an operation, or the 15th is the next day. You see, but I would say, let me say my vision, my vision of the story. In terms of the dates, we'll correct it. In the early hours of that day, I can't specify a date because I don't. Around 3 or to 3 a.m., I received a call from Yako. Yako, I forgot the surname, but Yako, Kobas. No, Yako, it's not Yako Kobas. No, I received a call saying, Dona, where are you? Yako is not an officer, he's one of the informers. So he's very accurate in terms of information. I know that when we got information from Yako, there's something tangible that we are going to get. Dona, we've got...
Commissioner, is that Hanekom?
Oh, yes. May I write it? Yes, I received. You see, we've got success. Dona, stolen goods is correct when you talk about goods. You see, say Yako, where are you? No, come Dona, Brakpan. You see, it was around 2-3 a.m. You see, then I woke up. You see, but I was skeptical because I had 15 missed calls. You see, but I said, but Yako, I know when he gives information, it's accurate. Then I went there. When I went there, we communicated, Yako, I don't know the place because he spoke about the plots in Brakpan. You see. Then I off-ramped at N17. There's an informal settlement. I forgot its name. But when immediately off-ramped, before the plots, then in that era, I saw he was driving a red car. It's a small car, but it's private car, I know it, you see. Then he escorted me. When we entered towards the plot, it was dark. It's the plots. It's not gravel. It's gravel roads. It's not tarred, you see. But when I entered, there were many cars. There were cars, mad cars, security cars. You see, could see that it's a big operation, you see. Then I entered, you see. But that time he was driving in front. Then he stopped next to the gate. They stopped. After that, he jumped to me. I said, Dona, I said, okay, yes, but what is happening here? This is an operation, you see. Whose operation? No, don't worry. Then I moved towards the gate he waited next to me. He said there are successes. Let's see success. Because the truck, the area is dark, but there was a light that is lighting direct to the truck. And the truck was empty. I think the truck is the truck that is having blue plastics covered, but all of them, they were opened. The truck was facing direction north. I was in direction south, like standing like this, like when I'm looking at the commissioner, when I'm looking at the madam, you see. I said, and it was, people were moving. Some with uniform, markers, say, there are no goods. Say, what's happening, Yako? No, and, to put it, there were some moving, some standing in groups. Né? Then on that gate, he said, Yako, where is the stock? You see. Started talking, Yako, where is the stock? You see. No, bring me. I said, I must bring media. Where is the stock? No, he was not clear. You see. It was a discussion of 3 to 5 minutes. You see. I said, okay, I'm wasting my time because I suspected. In that time, he was good information, but I started to hear stories of extortion, stories of coming there. He will go with officers. After officers left, he'll go and collect money just to put terror to people that, hey, I'm going to arrest you with my people and what. But his information is accurate, you see. But on top of that, he did, because he was not working, he did his own thing using officers. He will work with all officers at Kuruleni. You see, he was having many teams, you see. Then I moved towards the car. I said, you are playing with me, you see. But I suspected something. I drove, made a U-turn, stand. It was maybe 4 or 5 houses. When we enter, It's like, can I put it, for example, it's the corner, it's 4 or 5 houses. We came to this direction, it's correct. Then we turn right. It's 4 or 5 houses there. You see, I stood there. He came with the car. I said,
Sorry, Commissioner. I don't know if that's being captured.
Sorry. Yeah, but let me repeat it because I just made the example.
All right.
See, yes.
Yes.
In that corner, I moved towards that corner. When you go back, you turn towards your left. It's the same area of plots again. The informal settlement is too far. When you turn right, it's the same area, but it's those plots, 1, 2, it was a 4,000. It's not a long distance, you see. Then I parked there. He came in. Said, Nduna, but we're talking inside the cars now. Say, Yako, you're playing with me, you see. No, Nduna. No, he told it. No, Nduna. You see. Said, Nduna, I'm not going. You see. Say, Yako, I'm going. Then I drove. When I was driving, Commissioner, I was talking to him. You see. Keep on calling me. Are you safe? It's fine, man. I'm safe. Then I went at home. You see. Then a day or two, because I was not working, I said, we'll jump. You see. Yako, where is the stock? Where are the goods? You see. No, Nduna, there's nothing. Then it was like that up until I was called by IPD. No members of EMPD, no members of SAPS or the security company has ever came and concluded they will kill the person or there was an incident where a person died, you see. And I didn't even confirm with the members that were there because from EMPD says there were no more cars. You see, the only cars that I could see is these 4 or 3 cars from subs cars, you see. Because I didn't count, there were just many cars. I can't say it's the exact number. But there were many other cars from different and mad cars. And when I came in again, I must mention that, Commissioner, some of the cars were starting to move. That could tell you that this operation started long time ago. Or part of the questions that I asked him is that, when did this operation start? No, last night. But that's what made me angry, I remember. You started the operation last night, but you are calling me in the early hours, and there's no success. In all of this, I was, what were you doing? But you couldn't be specific. But I suspected that they got the success. If they got it, they decided to do something with the success. Now they call me, see, just to call me, hey, there's this, because there was nothing. And the impression that I got when I did, there's a success. You see, in the morning, I would be making noise, you see. Then I went home. Then after 1 or 2 days, that's where we started communicating again.
Thank you.
But there was nothing formally.
Thank you. Please complete your sentence.
I think.
Thank you, Commissioner Mkhwanazi. You've indicated then the circumstances that brought you to the property in Brakpan. You shared that with the Commission. And you've also described now the reason why you were there. My question to you is, apart from your discussions with Yaku, the informant that you've identified now, did you speak to anyone else that you found at the property? Was there anyone else at the property that you would have recognized?
No. They were moving around, but Yako stopped me, you see, at the gate. You see, I couldn't go up, but I was not going to go outside because I suspected that they stolen something. I was very angry per se, you see. No, when members call you, anyone calls there's a success, you become excited. When you go there, it's an opposite, you see. I was there for only less than 5 minutes. I didn't even stay there.
Thank you, Commissioner Mkhwanazi. I've requested my colleagues to assist in printing a document. Could you please? One for the witness. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Mkhwanazi. In the course of sharing the events of that night with the Commission, you mentioned that at some point in time there was an investigation.
Yes.
So I've handed you a piece of paper right now. Before we work through the contents of that document, Commissioners, The document has a tab labeled 11. Could I request that it's filed under the EMPD Exhibit Bundle CJC 56. So it should follow the document Advocate Silo just presented you with. Thank you.
Again, you'll assist us with where it should actually go.
Indeed, Chairperson. Indeed, Chairperson. Commissioner Mkhwanazi, please identify the document in front of you. Are you familiar with this document?
I think it's the statement that I submitted to IPT.
Thank you. Do you see?
Yes, because I know that same day I said, no, I know nothing. I can write it now. I don't have to consult lawyers.
Thank you.
Remember, yes.
Do you see paragraph 1 of that statement?
Yes.
You indicate what is indicated there?
It's my ID number and everything, yes.
As well as your name, I, Julius Dr. Mkhwanazi, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you see the top right corner of that document? It says the Brakpan, correct?
Brakpan is page
yes, and
1.
that is a reference. The reference to Brakpan is a reference to what exactly?
No, they said when IPT was investigating, they said it's a Brakpan. You see, that's when I wrote Brakpan.
Brakpan.
In fact, it was 3 things that they asked me to write. You see.
My apologies, Commissioner. Let me phrase the question differently. The reference to Brakpan in the top right corner is a reference to the location, the police station? Yes.
No.
Yes, the location.
It's a reference to the case that you were asking me about.
Thank you.
It's a Brakpan thing.
Thank you. And under the word Brakpan on the top right corner, you will see a reference to a page 1. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes,
and if you flip it over, there is on the top right corner a reference to a page 2. Is that right? Top right
the
corner.
Second page.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Thank you so much. So we've identified that this is the statement you provided to IPID in the context of an investigation. It is a 2-page statement, and at the bottom of page 2, can you identify that signature there?
Yes, I signed.
That's yours.
And that's my first number too,
Thank you.
or police number.
Thank you. When you were approached by IPID to prepare this statement, round about what time was this?
It was the day I've said they called me for blue lights. Yeah, I remember.
Okay.
They called me for blue lights. Whilst we were talking about blue lights, they said, hey, there's this thing, you see.
Do you
I
have
said, Sorry?
Please continue.
It was the same day. It's either it's the 30th or after that, but I don't remember exactly. But when I came back to work, it's either the next day they called me to come to IPT.
So roughly is 2023?
Yes, 2023. No,
yes.
2023.
23.
Yes,
Thank you.
2023.
And do you recall the name of the official that approached you in the context of?
It was 5 officials. He called him Advocate Kulu, his national IPT. He was with 2 people from national. It's Mr. Dlamini and Miss Dlamini. They said they are not married, they're just colleagues. Then it was people from the IP province. That's how they had to introduce. It was Mr. Makakula. I know Mr. Makakula because he's doing investigation in there. And Miss I know her by name, Nomsa. I know her because they're doing any investigation in Ekurhuleni. It is them. There was this advocate. I couldn't take his name, but he's their boss here in the province. There's other 3, they were from national. Yeah, it was another, I think there were 7 if I'm not mistaken. But I could remember a lady and 2 from province. In fact, there were 2 ladies and all others, maybe 6 or 7, it was males on that day. And it was not only this one. Ne?
But my question relates to this one. When you were approached? Yes.
And when I was approached, I was not approached. They approached me about blue lights, you see. That's when I went there. When I was there, then they said, no, out of that, there's this again. There
we go. Yes. So tell the commission when they say, no, there's this again, what is that a reference to?
No, they started by saying, there's a case in Brakpan. I said, what case in Brakpan? It's about the murder. I said, what murder? You see. I said, do you know Yako? I said, yes, I know Yako. Work with Yako. You see. But the same thing they said, they did. I said, no. It was the last time. On that day, maybe I was having a year or months without even seeing, without even communicating with
Yako.
But they agreed that, yeah, we know that we are no longer working together. We've decided not to work because they know I even explained the reasons.
Nevertheless,
Yes.
they requested you to make the statement.
Yes,
Indeed.
I did
So-
it immediately.
So you confirm then, Commissioner Mkhwanazi, that you were approached by officials, or at least an official, you've identified Mr. Tsulu from IPID, and they identified to you
Mr.
that...
Tsulu.
Tsulu, you said Tsulu.
Tsulu, yes.
Yes, thank you.
No, I was not approached by Tsulu. Tsulu introduced himself there. You see.
Indeed. So-
But I was approached by province,
That is Tsulu a representative of IPID?
national, yes.
Thank you. Did Tsulu discuss with you the ongoing matter concerning a murder at Brakpan?
No, all of them, they were,
Yes.
yes.
Correct.
Yes.
Tsulu,
They-
in
in fact-
addition,
in
I
fact, they told
apologize.
me.
I apologize. Let me rephrase the question. Tsulu, in addition with several other individuals, approached you in the context of an ongoing investigation of a murder that occurred at Brakpan. Is that correct?
Yeah, but they were, you know, the way you're putting it, they were so clear that you gave instruction. You were not part of the you were not part of the operation, but you came in the morning and gave instruction. They were so clear.
Thank
and
you,
when I
Commissioner.
said early hours of, they said yes, we are confirming that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
From there, it
Thank-
was the issue of the statement.
Thank you, Commissioner. On the point of the statement, then perhaps let's turn to the
Yes.
statement itself. You've helpfully taken the Commission through the contents of paragraph 1. At the end of paragraph 1, you say there, and I'll read it to you, you say, I am an adult male employed by Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Municipality as the Metro Police Director, full stop. Do you see that?
Yes,
End of paragraph 1. And am I correct to say at that point in 2023, you were responsible for specialized services and operations? Is that right?
yes,
Thank
it's
you.
that time.
Right. Okay. We then look at paragraph 2, where you indicate that early last year, so if you are making the statement in 2023, as you've testified,
Yes.
a reference to early last year means you are referring to an incident that
Yeah.
likely took place in
Yeah, I remember
2022.
they told me that it was around that time, but I couldn't to see. Then I wrote, yes, you're
You say
correct.
early
You're
last year.
correct.
And in the context there of paragraph 2, you indicate that you were woken up by Mr. Yaku at around 2 a.m. in the morning, telling me to come and see the success of the truck that was recovered in Brakpan, in
Yes.
the Brakpan Springs area. Is that right?
Yes, yes.
Can I ask you, when you say the phone call woke you up, you were, I assume, then sleeping. Where were you located at the time that you received the call?
No, at Albertine.
You were
my
at
house, yeah.
you were at your home, and so you then say in paragraph 2 that you woke up and drove to Brakpan
Yes,
at
yes,
the
yes, yes.
after receiving this call.
Yes.
Please assist the Commission. How far is Brakpan from Alberton? If you're driving home at 2 a.m., how long is that distance?
10 to 12 kilometers. I'm not accurate. Yeah, but it's simple from me, from the freeway N17.
Okay.
It's easier, yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's one freeway straight to.
How
Brakpan.
many kilometers did you say?
It's 10, maybe 10, 14 or 15.
10 to 15.
Yes, I'm not
Thank you.
accurate in terms of.
Okay. And you then indicate in paragraph 3 what occurred upon your arrival at the property. Do you see that?
Yes, madam.
Indeed.
Oh, Commissioner. Yes.
You, in that first sentence, you say, on my arrival, I found many vehicles marked and unmarked, including those of private individuals like his, which was red, parked next to the house. Can I stop there? Can you confirm what I've read is correct? Please take your time.
It's paragraph
paragraph 3
3. Can
from
I
the
read
top.
it?
It starts on my arrival.
Yes, I can read it. Yes.
Thank you. That reference in paragraph 3, you say, on my arrival, I found many vehicles marked and unmarked.
Yes.
What is a marked vehicle versus an unmarked vehicle?
it's police vehicle that are branded.
Okay.
Yes.
And when you say
unmarked, there were many vehicles that were not branded.
indeed, so
Yes, like private vehicles, white, different colors were there, and there were branded vehicles of different security companies. Yes.
and when you say police vehicles, what is that a reference to specifically?
It was police vehicles, marked police, SAPS. SAPS vehicles, yes.
As well as you say unmarked vehicles, which I then
Yes.
understand to sort of be private vehicles.
Yes. And the way they were parked, some were in front. No, there were many. In that street was made closed, but we could drive. But at the sides, there were many vehicles that were parked there.
And you continue then on in paragraph 3. There is a reference there to a truck. Do you see that in paragraph 3?
Yes.
What color do you say the truck is?
In terms of the color, no, that truck, you know, these open trucks, it was opened. You see, I could see it from the back side, you see, because it was facing direction north. You see, the gate is this side.
Let me.
It may be white, but I don't know, or off-white or yellow. But what I saw that today, it was opened.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes.
I'll assist you then with reference to your paragraph 3. You indicate there in the 4th sentence at the end, he collected me from the vehicle near the house next to the gate, I assume, you correct me if that's wrong, where he showed me the white truck with canopy, which was opened on one side, but it was dark inside. I couldn't see what was inside the truck as he was pointing at it. He told me everything was sorted and managed. Can you confirm that I read that correctly?
Yes.
So what does Yaku mean when he says to you there at the end of paragraph 3, everything was sorted and managed?
We were talking about the goods. You see, he said, don't worry. That's what made me angry. You see, wake me up. You said, there's a success here. You see, and there's no success. I didn't see anything there. You see. So, no, don't worry. They said, no, Yako. Mustn't lie. You see, that's when, again, I got angry and moved. You see. But he was talking about successes and the goods.
And the reference by Mr. Yaku to success, you understood that to be a reference to the recovery of...
No, it was about the goods.
The goods.
Yeah, it was about the goods. Even in the it was about the goods.
And please assist the Commission. Why would Yaku phone you in order to inform you about a successful or potential successful recovery of goods at 2 a.m. in the morning?
No, he used to do that. Yako yani komne. He was not a person who likes to sleep. He was very good in terms of gathering information. There are many operations that we did, successful operations, where he will call you at night, he will call you at 3 a.m., different times. But, 99, or let me say 70% of what he's calling, it's a good information. He may then, sometimes he may not work with you, work with others and tell you, hey, no, there's a success work. But I know that when he says there's this information, he has worked. You see, even if you send members, even you go yourself, you know that you are going to brand with that, or you are going to you will get good publicity on that success. He was that type of a person.
In light of the kind of information...
Ms. Mkhwanazi, may I perhaps give you 2 minutes to wrap up? As I said at the beginning, it was not likely that we would finish this part of it. The Commissioner will have to come back in the new year.
Okay.
Thank you. Chairperson, then let me just ask a question or two regarding the statement. And yeah.
Perhaps just one.
Just one. That's...
Please. Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner, in light of what you've shared with the Commission thus far about the content of the statement, in particular the identification on your part of SAPS motor vehicles, what was your understanding about the kind of operation that was taking place there when you arrived?
No, I've said that I could see that it was a big operation. You see, there was an operation there. And when you say goods, that means what I was saying when I was approaching. it's something that one can say this is a success.
And your reference to big operation is a reference to a law enforcement operation, or what type of operation are you referencing?
No, the officers, it's a law enforcement operation.
They are officers.
There were officers, it's a law enforcement agency's operation. For the mere fact that they are police, it's a law enforcement operation. When you see, because when there are police that are standing there, that means there's an operation of police.
Here's my...
And Yako worked with private companies and police.
Where in your statement do you identify the presence of police there?
No, I've said Madcas is police.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Mkhwanazi.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Commissioner?
Commissioner.
Thank you very, very much. But as I said earlier, you will have to come back in the new year. You will be notified accordingly. Let's adjourn and resume at 11:35.
All right, good morning again, everyone. We are ready to resume Minister Mchunu's testimony. Can I request the media to respect the line once you've taken your shots? We want to give you the opportunity to take your pictures, but please remember the line, 2, 3 rows back. Thank you. And please, to members of the public, switch off your cell phones. Thank you.
Ms. Sello.
Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon, Minister.
Good afternoon to the Commission and Commissioners.
I don't like the idea of having to look at the time before I greet somebody. In my language, it doesn't happen. Good morning, I'm sorry. Yes, Ms. Sello.
Thank you, Chair. For purposes of the record, just to state, we continue with the testimony of Minister Senzo Mchunu, which started on Tuesday afternoon, the 2nd of December. And because of our programming challenges, Mr. Mchunu was gracious enough to permit us to continue with the witness who was under subpoena for Wednesday, yesterday, and he is back today to complete his testimony. Chair, once again, for the record, when we started with the testimony of Mr. Mchunu, Ms. Lee Sigal Ngube was leading her, working with me. There's a slight change in the team today, and it's still myself, but this time I'm with Ms. Tabampuwe, Advocate Tabampuwe. But that should not impact anything at all. It will have no impact on the process. Chair, with your leave, there is something I would like to address. If anything, to correct the public perception that appears to have taken root out there. On Tuesday, when Minister Mchunu presented himself before the Commission, he was wearing a hearing aid. And unfortunately, the public has interpreted that in different ways, most of the ways exceptionally incorrect. I would like to place on record that Mr. Mchunu brought to our attention that, as with anyone, he has hearing challenges sometimes. And in order to facilitate engagement between himself and us on the one hand and the commissioners on the other, the Commission provided him with a hearing aid that is connected to the Commission system to enable audibility or to improve audibility. So that hearing aid that the public may see is not one brought by Minister Mchunu. It has not been provided to him by his legal team or anyone, and it is for no other purpose except to facilitate better hearing by him. So I thought it is necessary to put that on record and clear any misconceptions that may be there out publicly.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
I was about to ask where it is today. I see Mr. Michaels taking it across.
You want me to say something? To test? Okay. Are you comfortable? Are we ready to proceed, Minister Mchunu?
Very comfortable.
Thank
you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Mchunu, as the situation was on Tuesday, You should have before you a file containing your statement that you had begun to testify on Tuesday afternoon. And then you have a series of files that are marked, 4 of which were tendered on your behalf together with your statement, and that contains your annexures. And there are 3 other files, and these are marked exhibits. And those are the documents that are being tendered by the Commission or by the evidence leaders. As it is practice, as and when we need to refer you to any particular document during the course of your testimony, we will do our best to be as precise as we can and direct you to the correct file and the correct page. So for the moment, you don't have to worry about the fact that you are surrounded by 8 files. We'll find a way to manipulate our way through it, through all that morass. Turning then to your statement, when you left the Commission on Tuesday, you had gone as far as page 21. And as per agreement, on Tuesday, you'll be given an opportunity to put across your version, but once again, as regards strictly the issues of the PKTT, and as stated on record, there shall be no engagement with you during that time until you have completed your version. And when I say engagement, it basically is to limit myself. I will not speak on behalf of the commissioners. The commissioners may, as it happened on Tuesday, ask clarification questions as and when it becomes necessary. Considering the time, and on my estimation, you should comfortably conclude that process in the next 1 hour, 30 minutes or so. And I just wanted to check with you whether that is comfortable. I'm not rushing you through the process, am I?
I hope you're not.
Okay. I trust we shall, and we'll attempt to do so. With those few words, then, I'd invite you to address the next topic of your statement, starting at page 22.
Thank you very sorry.
Oh, sorry. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. Just before I proceed to page 22, I just want to go back a little bit to the comments that were made by Commissioner Khumalo, but very briefly, and the comments that were made by Commissioner Baloyi. Just to say that when Commissioner Khumalo asked me to cast my eye on paragraph 8.10 of the Marai Committee report, I did so. And my reading of the paragraph, that 8.10 says, task teams, I quote directly, should be subjected to an impact analysis by organizational development and strategic management in the province to ensure the feasibility of existing teams. This was now 2024. They were worried about the state of the teams or some teams in some provinces, and then putting a mechanism for that. So my reading is that it is with reference to the provincial teams. Myself, do I play into those emotions, or I face reality? And where is this going to put me personally if I deal with this matter? Because I would be seen to be swimming against the general sentiment. There, I'm sure I'm getting it correctly. I would be seen to be swimming against the sentiment, general sentiment. But I said to myself, I don't believe that I was appointed for sentiment. I believe that I was appointed for honesty and for reality, as I see it in the portfolio, and then lead accordingly. So ultimately, then, we wrote in the way, in the manner that we wrote. So I've dealt with everything on page 41.
Yes, I confirm.
Is it we or I, Minister, when you say we wrote in the manner that we wrote?
I'm a humble person, Commissioner. I must say I, because I was really alone. So that I don't, the word we, I normally use because I'm with deputy ministers, but it is important to indicate that I didn't consult them in writing. But I have a hangover of we, but I was alone in this.
Minister, before you proceed, Chair, I see it's about 1 o'clock. However, if we turn a page to 43, I think a few aspects for the Minister to wrap up this sub-topic. And I would request perhaps a minute or two for that purpose, and we then may break before he deals with the question of resource and budgetary considerations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I will deal with paragraph 112, just for its relevance, because it talks about the former request. It talks about requests. I beg your pardon. Let me start with 111. There is a difference between the request for extensions leading up to 2022 and the request for financial approval in the absence of a concurrent request for an extension post-2022. For an example, the request for approval and request for funding for the period 2018-7 to 2020 December 31, and the period 2019 September to 2020 March 31. And there is a vast difference between the two, between these requests. The former category, the old ones, requests for extension, they are specific and detailed in their purpose, background, operational approach, composition relating to the task team in question, and estimated expenditure is reflected. On the other hand, the latter, that is beyond 2022, they were done without a concurrent request for extension submitted in the same function. They were simply requests for financial authority. There's a difference. You would read pages and pages in the older ones before you come to the finance part or the funding part. But post-2022, almost the second page, it's a request for funding. So those extensions got reduced to just requests for finance. And these differences are discernible. But I'm a resident of KZN, and I'm conversant with matters there, political and otherwise. And even without the benefit of any study or figures, the general conversation in KZN by the end of 2024 was that political killings are down. They were no longer part of the conversation as they were in 2018 and a couple of years after that. And general consensus that you would find in the normal course of conversations will tell you so, without any studies and without any figures. So 113 says mere approvals for funding are to be distinguished from formal extensions of the National Political Killings Task Team, and there is, to date, no work study contemplating that the National Political Killings Task Team should be transformed into a permanent structure intended to operate indefinitely. What there is instead, there is a proposal over years that you now must integrate, you now must allow National Political Killings Task Team to be absorbed by murder and robbery under serious and violent crimes. This is what we are saying in those paragraphs. But we are also highlighting sensitivity in terms of allocating resources within policing, that it's a matter of concern and it's very important. So I go to paragraph 115. So following the work study, the intention was always that the NPKTT functions would be reabsorbed into permanent structures. Let me make this point. It may have been conveyed and received as disbandment and consumed as such, but the intention is similar to that one of 115, absorbed into these permanent structures as demonstrated in terms of what SAPS were saying in various memos over time. It was to absorb, it was to integrate, it was to do just that. But the term disband came in, of course, in the conversations right from 2019. It was not introduced by me alone. It was there in 2024 before I arrived. And as such, it got to be part of the conversation. Now, so that's why I'm saying then in those paragraphs preceding where I am, we're getting to the belly or this real substance that went into the processing of the letter of disbandment. But I proceed to the resources and budgetary considerations, and I'm not going to be detailed there because it's there. I've spoken about it, except to say that allocation of resources, I consider it to be
Minister,
policy making.
Oh, Minister, I had understood Ms. Law to say that you should stop just before starting with resources and budgetary considerations. Let us...
yes. Before we do so, Commissioner Khumalo's mic went on. I thought he's got a question for the Minister. Oh, all right. Otherwise, happy to. Thank you, Chair.
Let us adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
Thank you.
have considered the question of the brown envelope. We have decided to give it back to you, Minister, and to ask that you seek legal advice from your legal representatives as to what you want to do with it and the people reflected on the list. That's what we suggest, Minister. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, just to orientate us, before we broke for lunch, we were at your page 43. And we had just dealt with paragraph 116, which would then lead us to the next sub-item in that chapter, that you have headed resource and budgetary considerations. I would invite you to pick it up from there, but so we don't run into crisis time and into a crisis in respect of time. I would like to remind us that in putting forward your version, you still have a significant chapter to deal with, which you had procedure followed preceding the 31st December 2024 directive. The reasons for the 31st December 24 directive and the post-directive implementation. So those are the three main topics left. And just to remind ourselves, that's where we intend to stop, both with you putting forward your version and the engagement we are going to have with you, because it's those topics that speak specifically to the issues of PKTT. As previously placed on record, all other issues that you have addressed in your statement shall be for the second session of the Commission in the new year. The Chair will determine when that takes place. Your statement is extensive, and it will not be possible to deal with everything with appropriate and required depth if we were trying to cram it all in this 1.5 days. So I just want to remind ourselves what awaits us, and if you could structure, therefore, your summaries accordingly to fit in with your and my agreement as to how much time you need for that purpose. Thank you so much. I then invite you to consider from paragraph 117 and deal with that sub-item, resource and budgetary constraints. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. 117 taken together with 118 seeks to indicate that the issue of resources is of primary importance in a department like police, whether NPKTT is funded from the National Operational Center, which would affect the combat units within SAPS, or is taken from any other source, especially detectives. The principle is one that we shouldn't use the budget for what it is not allocated for and start picking up from different programs, because that is not allowed by Treasury. Then it affects performance levels of where money is taken from. If it's taken from detectives, for instance, it causes the standstill that is there in SAPS. Things like physical dockets, things like many dockets to a detective, which is very cumbersome, resulting into poor performance and convictions and all of that. Having made that point, to say the whole of SAP's resources are an issue that cannot escape my attention as Minister because it is so important. I indicate on page 44 that if we continue funding national political killings trust team the way it is happening, we are being insensitive to the scarce resources that we have for making sure that the whole of SAPS is as effective as it should be. PKTT or NPKTT, there's a budget items there just for 12 months requiring that amount of money. Just for S&T and accommodation, 40 million, 883,000, food and beverages, 15,193,000, incidental costs, 6 million, laundry, 1.2 million, overtime, 30 million, cell phone, 440,000. Now, this kind of expenditure concentrated in just one team, which is temporary, is unjustifiable. The budget for SAPS has been reduced by 11% over the last few years, and therefore it's something that should talk to the way resources are allocated. If I come to this year, for instance, I do want to display, I want to come to just one small or one page presentation, which I asked for, just to show.
Minister, is that from your statement? Or is that a separate document you would like projected?
It's in the bundle. It's not. It talks to case management.
It's an annexure to your statement.
Yes, case management, and I'm not necessarily focusing on that. I'm just focusing on the results that we have on, especially convictions and so on. You have this document in the bundle.
I think we will project what we believe is the document.
It's an extract from presentation to the portfolio committee.
It's a two-page document, if I may.
And I'll present one page, the first page.
Okay. It's got section 1, case management docket status, politically related cases. That's the heading of the document you want. Or are we in the wrong document? Perhaps let your attorney direct us if it is a specific annexure, and we will try and pull it up. SMP? 26. Oh. SMP. While we obtain an electronic copy, Commissioners, that is, it appears at page 565 in volume 3 of the Minister's statement. It looks like this.
Okay.
Minister, we think we have located the correct document. Can you direct us to the correct page now?
It's just the first page of the two.
And under the heading purpose.
Under the presentation to the portfolio committee. I'm just taking one page.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
That's
Minister, we are going to project and then you'll tell us if we are at the right place.
Yes, thank you.
Is that the page you wanted
That's
to
the
speak
page.
to? Okay.
I'm just wanting us to take this as a package. Number one, that is 119, which I've just presented, the expenditure pattern of the NPKTT.
Sorry, Ms. Silo, we are in the right annexure. Which page is it?
We are trying to locate it. We were provided with this. We provided with this two-pager. Minister Mchunu's attorney told us it's annexure 26. But what you have on the screen will not appear at annexure 26. It's an extra document that we have been provided with. But the minister confirms that that is the document he wants to talk to. So perhaps afterwards, once again, we'll have a conversation with the attorneys to understand where this particular document fits in his annexures. I would propose that perhaps in the meantime, he speaks to what's on the screen.
So commissioners, I'm saying if we take 119, which is the expenditure pattern for 12 months for PKTT, you combine it with the point that I've just made of 11% reduction of the operational budget of subs, and add this slide, you'll see what's happening, or contextualize, or use this slide to contextualize what we are saying. You will see that in a context, what's happening with the budget of subs is that it is nominally increasing, but in real terms it is getting down as a result of demands of policing and the population. So if you look at this slide, you will see that when you look at work done, you look at the slide from the perspective of work done. Cases that are finalized under investigation, other, and then you have 191 that are finalized over. You have 333 dockets over the period since 2018, and then 199 finalized, which is 57%. But out of 191, there are 56 where the guilt verdict has been given, which is 29% of the 191. And then the last line, figure 3, if you could push it up a bit, you will see that out of 333 dockets, you have 56 guilty verdicts, and then that constitutes 17% of the 33 cases. Now, you can make whatever opinion and so on, but the thing is, when you look at it from the perspective of value for money in a context of a deteriorating budget, it will tell you that you rather have to review the way you want to use the resources in the department. That's the purpose of those. And then I'm adding...
Minister,
yes.
Just to make sure that I don't lose you, is what you're conveying with this statistic, are you conveying that the PKTT has not been successful? There's never been value for money from the beginning. Is that what you're seeking to show with the statistics?
Yes, in the directive, there is a half a sentence or something that says, that talks to the value for money. And if you look at stats, you look at the deteriorating budget, you look at demands which are affecting performance, you look at what we spend, in 12 months for one task team, but then you look at the outcomes, it constitutes a doubt that you are happy with the value for money in that. And from where I sit, I felt I wasn't happy and satisfied with the value for money. And I may as well indicate here that when NPKTT was established, it was 2018, it followed an incident in which wherein Senzo Mchunu had just been murdered. But to date, we are yet to secure or see a conviction arising from that murder. As we speak, my understanding from the family, who are not distant from that family, you are talking about 5 suspects, all in all, on that case of 2018. 4 of those suspects are suspected for conspiring to murder. And then 1 is a suspect for murder. So at the moment, 7 years down the line, we are yet to see a conviction that relates directly to the first case, which was almost a test case when NPKTT was established, and there is none yet registered. But let me move on. And I do want to say that is not necessarily to say, personally, I blame NPKTT for that, because they're part of SAPS, and it merely indicates expenditure patterns vis-a-vis the actual results and so on. There is then a question of inequities in SAPS between task teams and between units. And I point out that if you continue with National Political Killings Task Team, focusing on KZN, you definitely are duplicating. In as much as you may not want to accept that as a fact, but that is in reality what's happening. And it has been the case for some time. We have murder and robbery, and it is around 45 people or so. And then you have NPKTT dealing with murders at the same time. You rather rationalize and you spend once in a sustainable manner, and that is beneficial to the people. So you stop duplicating. But at one point, I said to the National Commissioner, murder is murder. Let's not create a false hierarchy in murders in South Africa as South African police. Now, I listened to the National Commissioner speaking here at the Commission and to Lieutenant General Kumalo. And as I listened, I got more and more squeezed internally when they repeatedly used the word traditional, that NPKTT doesn't use traditional methods when investigating. They don't use normal methods. They are using what has been put into NPKTT to make sure that they are as effective as all of us would be. Now, but they are doing that in a small scale, as I'm saying, dealing with small figures. And then the rest of the people with high figures, you subject them to normal investigation, traditional investigations. Even when you take blood samples, what do? They said it's 3 days for a political murder case, whereas it is 30 days for a normal murder. And look, I'm not going to be minister forever. At one point, I will go home. And if I come across murder, I'll be one of those whose investigation will be deemed as normal, as traditional, because it won't fall within this category. And the point is, are we on the right track? Is that justifiable, morally and ethical? And from where I stand, it is not, and not in line with the Constitution of the Republic. So the issue is, when you are in the space, normal space, listening to successes, listening to this, it is nice to consume that. But when you are alone as minister, thinking things through, you in terms of principles, looking at things in a principled way, you come out empty in the sense that you are not able to respond ethically and morally to the question, why do you differentiate between murders? What justifies that? And therefore, murder is murder. There is no hierarchy. And subs must then subject themselves to that. So no 30 days for the rest of the people when you do samples, and then 3 days for politically motive. Because
Minister, just so I understand you, are you suggesting that a new method of conducting investigations cannot be piloted on a small scale before it is rolled out nationally? Because surely you must first test a new method's success on a small scale. And then if you deem it successful, then you roll it out across. Are you suggesting that that is not the correct way of doing things?
Not really. I'm saying it is a correct way of doing things, but we should and could have done that some time ago. And at some point we should say, do it, because you have already created or established your murder and robbery, and long ago, but you keep on delaying. You must immediately do it. And there's no justification for you to postpone. There have been implementation letters, 2 of them, 2 assessments, but still not implemented. So it has been an experiment gone too long and not in compliance with the imperatives that we are facing now. So there's nothing, it's like going out there building a hospital, and then you put in surgeons and all the specialists and so on, and then the hospital all of a sudden does very well in terms of patients coming in and so on. But then you leave the rest of the population outside and you subject them to normal. And then you say to the public, I'm pleased that we are making progress and there's no other team or hospital like this one. But you know that all the other hospitals are not like that. I'm just making an example. And I'm saying that morally and ethically, it can't stand the test. And the longer we keep it, the more unjustifiable it is. And the experiment has been there for quite a long time. Now, I then move to 136. Those were the directives, 3 of them. Although we are now running with 1363, but there were those others, and they were selected because of their impact on crime in South Africa at the moment. I'm not going to go to each one of them, but I'm just highlighting the reason why 3 were selected. Ministry has a number of priorities, quite a number. But then from those priorities, I selected those. It was just for one reason. At the beginning of the year, 2025, just take those 3, focus, get rid of them, and then go to the rest because of their impact on crime in South Africa, and attend to them. And I'm glad that 1361, 1362 were attended as directives And we worked together and we moved on, and we made substantial progress on both. The one that remained behind as a result of people changing their mind midway, we then diverted and sidestepped, and we are in that particular situation. But the two moved on very smoothly and made a lot of progress. I will deal with them maybe when I come back. Then there were several meetings that took place, 142, 144, 143, just highlighting our focus on matters, on firearms and on drugs, all those matters, up until follow-up meetings on those dates, as I indicate. Those were various meetings dealing with the same structures, priorities, and making progress. Still following that report, the Marai report on implementation. Now, I'm saying that on paragraph 154, I'm just highlighting the very same issue that, as far as I'm concerned, there's a problem of compliance with Treasury guidelines. We get our budget allocated for this, and then we compel ourselves to use the budget for something else, which we can't keep on doing. It's not a way of running a department, a proper way of department, because it leads to irregularities consistently. And then decision finalization and the 31st. So by the 31st, by late December, we had gone through the work study. We had done the memorandum related to the PKTT, asking for money midway and so on. We had done with what accompanies the Marai report, the work study, the Marai report. We had done those meetings on the 1st, on the 21st, on the 22nd, listening to what PKTT, and even spoke, especially in the meeting on the 21 and the 22nd, on the 1st and the 22nd, where I indicated clearly the need to urgently review the status quo in relation to NPKTT from the macro point of view. And National Commissioner indicating that in any case, that was never a permanent structure. It was meant to be temporal, and that we should go that route. And then December 31st, the actual directives. And I do want to say that when I indicated with reference to the PKTT, I attached the word immediately. Just to clarify what, in my understanding, as I was sitting on the desk writing, and I would want to indicate to commissioners that I wrote this, although it's not the subject for today, but I wrote the directives, and I take full responsibility for them, all three of them. I was not influenced by anyone, anywhere, not by phone, not by anything. I just had said for 3 days, 29, 30, 31, and asked myself, what changes, what impact have I made on SAPS? This is my 5th month in the department. I'm heading for the 6th month. And I need to see qualitatively the difference that I've made. And then I wrote these directives wanting to select just 3 issues that would make further impact on the work that we had done, and not come to the department and just stay and not make any difference. And therefore, immediately, I know exactly where it came from. It says...
Minister, maybe here is my suggestion. It's page 476. SM20 in your annexures bundle.
In my
Yes.
annexure.
So maybe as you are talking, have it in front of you. It will make it easier.
Okay. It just comes naturally. It says,
Minister, to assist you, if you could pull out your file 2, do you have your file 2 close by? It should be marked 2 of 5.
is it a different...
It's not with your statement. Your statement is a standalone
in
file.
another...
Okay. There's help coming.
It's fine. They'll assist me.
So when we get to file 2, she's going to open page 476 for you, which is the disbandment letter that you issued. And it is that document that Commissioner Khumalo suggests.
Okay.
When you deal with these aspects,
I touch
you do
on
so
this.
with reference to that document. Thank you.
Thank you for guidance. Are you finding it? Okay, good. Yes, thank you. So I won't go to, yes, this is the directives themselves. Oh, I see, thank you. The meaning in this context of immediately is not as that of switching the light, switch off that light immediately, and you go to the wall, you do so. That is why, from where I sit, immediately can't be read alone in the directives. It needs to be read with what I requested from the National Commissioner saying, go and prepare the preliminary report, and then also later, after the preliminary report, there should be MINESCO. MINESCO is where Minister and Deputy Minister, that is ministry, sit with top management, so that we consider what I have taken a decision on immediately. So immediately would then mean the decision has been taken immediately. Then prepare for those two things. So when you read that immediately alone, you remove the preliminary report, and you remove the MINESCO meeting that was attached to that very directive. Immediately loses meaning as in the directive.
I'm sorry, Minister. I want to understand your use of immediately. What do you say immediately relates to? Does it relate to the disbandment, that is disbandment immediately? If not, what do you say it relates to? I'm not sure I understood you.
It relates to a decision having been taken. So saying to the National Commission, take note that the decision has been taken immediately. The decision.
So it is you that acted immediately.
Maybe let me put it like this to explain. It doesn't say, for instance, with immediate effect. It says immediately, meaning this decision has been taken immediately.
So the way I'm sitting, I think the two mean the same.
But in the context, especially when you attach the preliminary report, which is not required as of 31, it is required for another date, and then the MINESCO, it clearly sends a message that this immediate is not like switching off. It's not like whoever is driving.
Minister, when I studied or was taught English in my younger days, they would say an adverb. What does it do? It modifies a verb, I think, and an adjective qualifies a noun. That's the grammar I was taught. So your immediately is an adverb. So which verb in your sentence does it modify or does it relate to? That's where I want to be sure of what exactly you mean. Because as the sentence stands, it follows immediately after the verb disestablished. And ordinarily, I would read that to mean that you want the task team disestablished immediately. So the immediately relates to disestablished. So that's what must happen immediately. Now, with those views and a little bit of grammar, insofar as I understand it, can you try to explain and make me understand your use of immediately?
It says immediately, yes.
Yes.
But then, because I understood that immediately is a process, it denotes a process. There would definitely be a process which the National Commissioner needs to speak to or respond to. It is immediately, but pointing to two futuristic events. The preliminary report, if you like, you would say, oh, okay, it's immediately, but not before the preliminary report is presented, or not before the UNESCO, because otherwise what would be the meaning of writing, asking for a preliminary report, if it was not indicating a timeline? It was indicating a timeline. Immediately the decision has been taken immediately. But then the process itself will be as indicated in the letter. Otherwise, I could have written this and stopped it immediately, and it would have given a different meaning. And anyone who says, what is any other meaning here except exactly what it says, immediately, disband now and everything. But once you say it's like saying pending a preliminary report, pending the UNESCO meeting. But of course, that is immediately. And in the context of government processes, you use these words, but
it can't come to a screeching halt, as it were. It will have to.
Pardon?
I'm saying what you are saying, basically, Minister, is that it could not come to a screeching halt.
It wouldn't.
All right.
It wouldn't.
All right, Minister. Thank you. I was not interrogating you. I just wanted to understand your use of immediately. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Minister, can I just follow up on that? I do apologize, Mr.
No, it's
now
quite
that
okay.
the
Thank
chair has started there. And it's on the back of this discussion with the chairperson, how you're explaining what you contemplated with the use of immediately. Now, there are two things that you ask the National Commissioner to do. You say he must give a preliminary report on the 20th of January, and then the last act in execution of your decision is a final and closing report that must be submitted to a late meeting in January 2025. Now, in the interim report, in the light of this discussion with the chair, what did you expect to see in the implementation of this instruction? What do you expect to see in the interim report?
I was expecting just any kind of a response that would give effect to the directive. If not, any other response from the National Commissioner. And I must say, I've done this even in other departments a few times, even in a meeting, to say, DG, we have taken a decision now. We have immediately taken a decision. And I would even ask, how long would it take you? A week? I'm the first one normally to say a week, and DG would say, Minister, 2 weeks. And I would say fine. Because I've come to understand how officials of government work. they work very hard, but not without one form or the other of relaxing. Sometimes in a situation where you really feel the pressure yourself. So I was expecting that National Commissioner would respond. That is the word. He would respond to the directive. But in particular, indicating how this would be given effect, how it would happen from his perspective. Simply because even if I left it in earlier where I was explaining the powers of the minister vis-a-vis the powers of the National Commissioner, but they are the two sides of the same coin.
Yes. And, okay, I note what you say. I guess we'll have a further discussion. And then you've told us what you were expecting to see in the preliminary report. And then in the final report, which must come in January still, it's a
Yes.
close-up report. What do you expect to see there?
I was expecting to see, first get the outcome of the preliminary report. Depending on the preliminary report, then we'll move to the final. I knew that this is quite a tight time frame, but it was deliberate, just to highlight the urgency, to highlight the importance, to highlight what I wanted to draw the attention of the department to right at the beginning of the year. I knew that, as usual, there would be flexibilities in the process. At one point, as an example, I wanted us to hold a workshop, a 3-day workshop, in February or so. But as time went on preparing, they then said, management said, no, Minister, let's hold this workshop in March or something like that. Even the summit, police summit, we didn't hold it at the time that I had indicated first, or we had indicated first as minister. We held it much later. It happens quite frequently that as minister, you want this period and you pronounce it. But then the officials, when they implement, when they operationalize, they find that they come back to you, they propose a different time frame. It happens quite frequently, and I hope not just me alone, all of us.
I'm sorry, Minister.
Okay. No, I was going to hand back to Ms. Sill. I just wanted clarification of what you were contemplating, and I note your explanation. I guess we'll have further discussion about it. But I think I'll hand back to your evidence leader.
Ms. Sillo, just to say, this does not mean that we have started engaging.
Indeed.
Just sought clarity.
No.
And
my
colleague Commissioner Kumalo says that he too wants something clarified. We will.
And I just wanted to point out that I think when Commissioner Baloyi indicated she wanted to say something, and I do appreciate that we haven't finished that session where the minister gives his version. But at the same time, it is necessary that we introduce some logic to how we approach things. So in light of us trying to, or at least the three of you trying to have a better understanding of that paragraph, that last paragraph, I too have some questions. And I wanted to say, when I put them to the minister, it's all clarity-seeking questions, not so much that we have started to engage, but I'll do so after Commissioner Kumalo. Thank you.
Good afternoon again, Minister. Again, still only seeking clarity. I have difficulty with your explanation that immediately refers to you having made a decision immediately. Because I'm going to read that sentence. This is what it says. I therefore direct that the political killings task team be disestablished immediately. So my reading of it is that you were directing that something be done immediately, not that you were saying you have made an immediate decision that something must happen in the future. So if you can just...
Definitely, that is part of what immediately, in terms of the decision that has been taken, would mean. It would mean start thinking about the process, start preparing the report, start, aligning yourself with this or any other kind of response. So it indicates that even though we are not stopping now, everything switching off now, but switch on the process.
Does it also mean if you have different views, then engage me on those views?
Obviously, it will mean that exactly because in any decision that the ministry would take, you open it up for engagement with the management. That's why the second meeting after the preliminary report would entail UNESCO so that we have engagements on the matter to assess whatever would have come up from the preliminary report.
We will come back to the directive, but for now, I'll give back to Advocate Silva.
Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. And by way of clarity, still on the same paragraph, my one question has in part been asked by Commissioner Khumalo. My second question, still on that paragraph, and I refer you to the sentence relating to the filing of the preliminary report. That sentence starts with a word further. You state further that a preliminary report in this regard be submitted. Now, in the context of trying to understand what immediately means, I would like some clarity as to further to what must a preliminary report be filed. My interpretation of that paragraph is further to the immediate disbandment, a preliminary report must be filed. I want to test my understanding with you. Would that be a correct understanding, or do you think I am completely misreading that? Precisely because you say further. It doesn't say to be disestablished immediately and that a preliminary report be filed. It says further, comma, so that has to imply it is further to something. And going back into the paragraph, I am trying to determine further to what. And the only thing that my logic tells me is further to the immediate disestablishment. So I just want to test my understanding with you.
I want to see this sentence.
It starts, let's start.
Observation. Oh, yes, I see. Yes. I see the sentence. Further, so I therefore direct that the political killing system be disestablished immediately.
Yeah, correct.
Meaning decision taken and then processes, but further to that, going forward, or note, in other words, then prepare a preliminary report.
So what would precede the filing of a preliminary report is the immediate disestablishment, which, as you say, means that to start the process of disestablishment.
Only.
Only.
Other than switching off.
Okay. I'm clarified about the meaning you attach, as I guess as the Commissioner pointed out, Commissioner Khumalo. Perhaps we shall revert to this paragraph over the course of today and tomorrow. But in the meantime, I am aware that you have not completed your version, putting forward your version, and I'm not laying the blame at your doorstep, Minister. I accept that perhaps an engagement started earlier than you had anticipated to finish that exercise. So would it be fair to grant you perhaps 5 more minutes to wrap up to enable the process to move forward? Thank you.
Let me try that. On reasons, therefore, on page 56, I think I'll leave it as it is. And page 57, I've touched on budgetary matters to then go to what is what I consider to be important, paragraph 114.
Yes.
To indicate that on paragraph 114, since the letter required a report to be prepared by the 20th, and given that I would be on leave, this is a direct quote, because I'm now indicating what happened after. Until I would be on leave until 14 January 2025, I instructed Brigadier Litoko of my office to forward the letter from the Minister to all Deputy National Commissioners, including Lieutenant General Sibia, to instruct them to prepare the necessary report. To me, that kind of response from the National Commissioner was a response which resonated with the letter and spirit of what I had written in terms of the directives on paragraph 114.
114 of your statement, Minister.
It's, is it?
It can't
yes, I'm reading. I see that it's 58, 56, 57.
Minister, may I invite you
happened,
to page 59 of your statement, page 59?
Yes.
And if you have regard to paragraph 176, my understanding is this is what you've just spoken to now.
Yes, the mistake I've done is to make a quotation outside this. I'm sorry about that. I see the error that I made.
Right.
So we're on paragraph 176.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. To say what then happens on the 3rd, it's that there is then the directive now of the National Commissioner to his staff in the office to say, write such and such a letter and inform Deputy National Commissioners and follow and inform them accordingly, which indicated to me two things. One was that we were one with the National Commissioner. When I received the news, or when I got the indication that the National Commissioner has instructed Brigadier Lutoko as early as the 3rd of January while he was on leave. That was just a couple of days after the letter of the directive in relation to PKTT. And then the next thing is 16 January. That was a separate meeting, and the 17th. I will come back at some other point on those. But what is important is on page 60, paragraph 179, wherein it says, on 22 January 2025, National Commissioner finished a comprehensive memorandum to me acknowledging receipt of my 31st December 24 directive. Now, I want to go to paragraph 180. And then I took that directly from the report, preliminary report of the 22nd, where the National Commissioner says the following, I quote, "In conclusion, the task team has undeniably achieved and far exceeded the purpose for which it was established. No other task team in South Africa has achieved the success nor has been able to investigate and ensure the successful prosecution of perpetrators of politically motivated murders. The directive by the Minister of Police to disband the national task team has been noted. The initial objective and the directive by the President has been achieved, with a noticeable decrease of political-related killings in KwaZulu-Natal as a result of the National Task Team's intervention and relentless pursuit of its mandate. The The South African Police Service remains responsible for the finalization of those dockets in possession of the task team, as well as the finalization of the dockets which are currently before court. The following steps are being taken to wind down the task team without compromising pending investigations or court processes. The 128 dockets which are under investigation and allocated to the National Task Team will be retained by the task team, and investigations will be finalized, and audit will be done of those dockets still under investigation in order to establish which dockets can be returned to the station of origin or allocated to other investigation units within SAPS. The current capacity of the National Task Team will be gradually scaled down. The only personnel who are required to finalize the dockets retained by the national team. The scaling down of the team will depend on the 115 dockets that are currently pending in courts, with most of the court dates in the year 2025. It is anticipated that the team will complete the work before the end of 2025. However, seriousness of the cases and processes of court will indicate the course of action. So the 3rd and then now the 22nd of January, this is the response of the National Commissioner. And this is what I would have expected, and or any other kind of response. So what is evident here is from the disbandment report is that General Masimula indicates clearly in black and white that the objective has been achieved and what would then happen. But in particular, there was never an objection to the directive. So the letter as a whole, the preliminary report as a whole, doesn't indicate any objection whatsoever. He supported the directive in full. So on 5 March, we go together to the Portfolio Committee, we make a presentation on the directive. It is accepted by the Portfolio Committee, and on the 6th of March, we sit together, we discuss in more detail the presentation of the wounding up or wounding down of the National Political Killings Task Team and so on, which is now operationalizing the directive. All of that indicated that we were together, even on the meeting of the 7th, even though there was the additional docket, which was no longer in line with what we had agreed on the 6th. But the principle remained, it was never reversed, that what the National Commissioner indicated is being followed by all of us. But it was to say, don't add any other, because it will be counterproductive. We're winding down the site, we're adding cases through another door, and so on. But the principle remained so that it could be operationalized going forward. Now, I am now exactly where I'm supposed to stop, and I want to then close by saying, in the whole of this, the message that I was convinced with as we went towards December, and the lesson that I learned and the principle that I adopted and would want to stand by is that matter is matter. And that the shift from ordinary people on the ground, wherein we are seen to be servicing them, instead of being seen to be servicing people up the hierarchy at their expense, or be seen to believing them is exactly what we are all complaining about, that we are creating an element of elitism in government. And we are creating distance, those of us who happen to be in government for that time being. We cut ourselves out of the people. The figures indicate who is dying, who is suffering, who is actually a victim of murders in South Africa. Is the majority of people. And therefore, don't drive resources away from the problem, because that's the core of the problem. Don't drive this service, don't drive this objective of stopping what is happening in the interest of a few people who, by the way, matter, but not more than the majority of people in South Africa. That is a principle that drove me and I embodied when I was writing this letter. And I sought to make a difference in the portfolio by following that particular principle, even if it would sort of be seen to be swimming against the tide in terms of the sentiment, the general sentiment. And I said, I shouldn't be taken away from a principle in favor of a sentiment that would subject the majority of people and would make me ask a question that I couldn't answer. I thank you very much, Commissioners.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, did you ever hold a meeting and have a discussion with the National Commissioner of Police and possibly other senior SAPS members with the agenda item being the disbandment of the PKTT? It doesn't matter if there were possibly other agenda items, but the disbandment of the PKTT being a focal point. Did you ever have such a meeting?
On the 1st of November, we discussed this matter, and I think there are attachments that point to the content of our discussion on the day. But it was not disbandment; it was review of the PKTT. And on the 22nd, it was the same, because at that time...
Apologies, Minister. Perhaps let's work through that answer with reference to the actual annexures. You referenced the meeting of the 1st of November.
The 1st of November.
You have attached a document marked SM1 that should be in your file 2 of 5. That should be the first document in that file. And it should read draft minutes dated 1 November 2024. Please, excuse me.
I don't see that file. I don't want to take a lot of time. That 4.
Page 1.
Yes, I'm back.
Yeah, I was just drawing your attention. In response to the chair's question, you started with a meeting of the 1st of November. And I was pointing out that your annexure SM1 states that it's a draft minute of the meeting of the 1st of November. I
Ms. Silo, maybe check that the minister's got the right file. It looks like he's got the wrong document in front of him.
It should be 2 of 5. The minister's annexures, 2 of 5.
And in fact, you should have a tab marked SM1.
I don't see a summary. That's it. Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi.
Page?
The actual minute starts at page 96.
Okay.
And you
Yes.
see it's...
Yes,
Okay.
I see.
So-
I see those paragraphs.
Thank you, Minister.
Yes.
I understood your answer. You'll correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
Your answer to my question whether you ever had a meeting, an agenda item of which was specifically the disbandment of the PKTT. I understood your answer to be that there never was such a meeting, but that at the meeting of 1 November 2024, what was discussed was the review of, amongst others, the PKTT. Did I understand you correctly?
Correct.
Yes. Indeed, let me take you to page 99 of the document you've just been referred to. I want to show that what is in there actually accords with your answer. I'll read the second paragraph after the bullet. So at the top you have the bullet point,
Yes.
and then you have the paragraph that follows. I'm going to read the next paragraph. It says, the minister further indicated that there must be reconsideration and review of certain capabilities, such as the political killings task team, which are primarily about address serious crimes. There's something wrong there. He stated that SAPS should guard against creating structures/units based on specific category, whilst these duplicate the existing capabilities, e.g. text killings, political killing, all being about murders, close quote. So I'm saying that this actually accords with your answer. Now, let's move on. From then, that point, that is from 1 November 2024 up to and including 31 December 2024, did you ever have any other meeting that discussed the disestablishment of the PKTT?
We had a more or less similar meeting
Similar, meaning still a review.
on the 22nd.
Still about a review.
Yes.
So effectively, or perhaps before the question I almost asked, Minister, what was the relationship, working relationship of course, between you and the National Commissioner from the time you became Minister of Police up to the 31st of December 2021? What was the working relationship like between the two of you?
It was what I could describe as a very good relationship.
Very good working relationship.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, on the 31st of December 2024, you surprise everybody within SAPS, in particular the top management, with your decision of that day. And you do this having a very good working relationship with the National Commissioner of Police. You accept that that is effectively what you did. You as it were, if I were to be metaphorical, you drop a bomb like that.
Not exactly.
Not exactly.
Not exactly.
Why not?
The reason is in the narrative that starts from 2019 with anticipated reintegration of the team that had been established, then extending. The narrative was always that the NPKTT, right from the beginning, is for 6 months. And then it gets extended another 6 months, then a year, then another year. But in the minds of management, in the minds of SAPS management combined, both from the ministry and from management, it is anticipated, it is expected, it is something that we should be doing, even when you now had teams functional, murder and robbery. But so, yes, maybe an element of surprise, but not exactly, because it's something that has been in the mind, has been spoken about, and it has always been something that we could do anytime, just required somebody to come forward and say, the time is this one.
Minister, the PKTT is in existence, and for the time when there would be interministerial committee meetings at which the PKTT would report, it was always praised throughout, correct?
Yes, correct.
And in fact, all of these meetings, let me say most perhaps, most of these meetings are post the one event you referred to, which is what was that report? The 2019, the work study.
Oh, the work study.
Most of these meetings go into the 2000s, and it's not just one meeting. They go into the 2000s. And the work study is in 2019, am I correct?
Yes.
Yes.
It started in 2018.
So beyond the work study that you partly rely on, the PKTT is being praised at meetings of the Interministerial Committee, correct? Correct?
Yes, correct.
Correct. Now you are suggesting that because something had happened or had been said in the work study, therefore, senior management of SAPS must have expected that you could just drop what I will continue to call this bombshell, even though they have been praised throughout, right up to the time of the last meeting of the IMC. No, they were actually expecting a disbandment. Can you seriously say that, Minister?
Come again, Chair, on the last part.
I am saying, Minister, right up to the last meeting of the IMC, which was in the 2000s in terms of years, they were being praised.
Yes.
And this is way after the work study report.
Yes.
So what I'm saying is, surely if they are being praised, Minister, they can't expect that, but we're going to be terminated the very following day. So what I'm putting to you is, on what basis can you seriously contend that they must have been expecting that the PKTT would be disbanded? Just on what basis? They are being praised for what they do. On what basis could they think, despite our performance, good performance, insofar as I'm not talking about Dr. De Haas and other people,
Yes.
and I'm by no means judging what they, Dr. De Haas and others have said, not at all. But I'm saying, in accordance with the assessment of the IMC, they are performing very, very well. On what basis can you seriously suggest that they must have been expecting that they could be disbanded any day?
Now, firstly, on the basis that subsequent to, and I'm careful, you will correct me, just shortly after the letter of the directive, National Commissioner in the preliminary report says they have achieved what they were supposed to achieve, which is not something that I think just arose after the directive. It would have been there, noticed, and identified. That is my point number one. In other words, and secondly, I would say, on the basis that, therefore, they would have been seen even by management not only to have performed very well and commended, but have achieved what they were set up to achieve. And this is backed by stats, the deterioration, the decrease, substantive decrease, especially in 2023, of political matters, indicated by stats, down to 11, and 2024 down to 7 matters. So, and though on the basis, sheer basis of the problem or the challenge for which they were established, and then discussions in the meetings in November, there would have been that kind of understanding that they have achieved their role.
Minister, I have a serious difficulty with that answer. You see, if you were giving us that answer having consulted with them and they had said this before you took the decision, your answer would make sense. Your answer does not make sense because it's something that you get to know after you had taken that decision. So on that basis, I say, or I suggest to you, Minister, that your answer does not make sense. Would you accept that? You knew nothing about what General Masemula would say after you had taken that decision. So that means nothing insofar as your decision is concerned. Do you accept that?
But if you refer to the meetings of November 1 and 22 November, I wouldn't necessarily agree with you that it was a surprise and given all the background, because we're already now in November.
Minister, please, I don't interrupt lightly.
Okay.
But I'm not talking about what had happened before now. I am asking a question that relates to what you say happened after you had taken your decision. So I do not see how you now go back. I'm saying, your answer that General Masemula says, what the PKTT was set up to achieve had been achieved, sort of aligns with your decision. So I'm saying that answer to my question does not make sense, because what General Masemula says post the taking of your decision could not have been a factor in your mind or could not in any way have informed your decision, because you get to hear of it after you had taken your decision. So I suggest to you that the answer to my question does not make sense. Do you get me now? Do you get me?
I get you very clearly.
Do you agree with my suggestion to you?
I would say the answer to your question lies not necessarily on the meeting, on the preliminary report on the 22nd January. It lies in the meetings in November, before I wrote the directive, of the 1st of November, the 22nd of November, even though it was not directly a disbandment, but the answer lies there, that there is this review, there is this discussion, there is this anticipation.
Was a point, Minister, ever reached at the November meetings?
Pardon?
Was a point ever reached at the November meetings? November meetings which were about a review. Was a point ever reached at those meetings or at any other meeting before 31 December 2024 that there should be disbandment? Was such a point ever reached?
My argument, sorry.
Was such a, please, not an argument, just a response to that question, and it's a very simple one. And a yes or no could do, unless you must explain. Was such a point ever reached, Minister, that there should be disbandment?
I would say many times, Commissioner.
Before 31 December 2024?
In the sense that
when you are the minister, I'm talking about when you are the minister, let's forget about the work study.
Okay.
And I don't even agree that there was anything that there should be a disbandment even there. But anyway, the November meetings up to 31 December 2024, was a point ever reached? So I'm giving you a timeline. Was a point ever reached that the PKTT should be disbandment? Was such a point ever reached?
No, it was not. That point was never reached, except in context of what we were discussing.
You see why I'm asking you this question? Because you keep going back to the November meetings. That is why I want a categorical answer from you, whether a point was ever reached that the PKTT should be disbanded. So your answer is that no such point was ever reached.
No such point was ever reached directly, as you ask.
Well, thank you. Now, my next point. You have a very good working relationship. I'm using your exact words. With the National Commissioner, Minister, who do you think was best placed to brief you, to brief you on whether or not the PKTT should be disbanded?
Now, that...
Bear in mind that you have a very good working relationship with the National Commissioner of Police, our entire police service, the South African Police Service. You have a very good working relationship with the person who heads it. Who do you think was best placed to brief you on whether the PKTT should be disbanded?
It would be, I would be informed by discussions, I would be informed by conclusions on those discussions, not necessarily to say, come and brief me on the disbandment, but if I needed a briefing. But I took it that the discussions that we had had by that time informed all of us that that is the imperative that we are getting to. Looking at organizational structures, looking at where we were going, somebody needed to take a decision, and I took the decision at the end of the year.
Minister, I'm not sure that answers my question. I want a clear indication on a particular warm body or particular warm bodies. And I try to assist you by making a specific reference to the person that heads the police of which you are the minister. I'm asking for a warm body, all warm bodies, that were best placed to advise/brief you on whether the PKTT should be disbanded. Or does the long explanation you give suggest that as you sit there, you take the view that there is not a single person that you thought would be best placed to brief you on whether the PKTT, a task team of the South African Police Service that the National Commissioner heads, should brief you? Are you saying, as you sit there, there is no such person? You were entitled to just take the decision without at all being briefed by a particular person that should have been best placed to brief you?
Commissioner, so
the question is two-pronged, as it were. I've not dropped the first part, which is, who do you think was best placed to brief you? And then there's the second prong, which is, as you sit there, are you suggesting that there's no such person?
No, I'm merely saying we had discussions, in other words, briefings from the National Commissioner in November, and we were agreeing that there should be a review, but it was not particularly on disbandment. And if there would have been identification of the need for a briefing before, it would have been.
Again, Minister, I'm asking about a person that would have been best placed. I'm not asking you about what was done or what was not done. Who is the person, who is the functionary that would have been best placed to brief you? That's a very simple question, Minister, please.
It is the National Commissioner.
We all know you did. We all know that you took the decision without asking him to brief you on whether the PKTD should be disbanded. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, if he was the person best placed to brief you, why did you not ask him to brief you?
Now, this decision, as I say, flows from the 29th, when I finally took the break. 29, 30, 31, I write.
29, when you finally did what?
29 December.
When you finally did what?
When I finally took the break to reflect on what we had been doing all the time. So I reflect on the 28th, I reflect on the 30th, and I say, let me issue this directive, and then we will start engaging after. And in the meantime, there would then be space for all of us to engage. If it comes to a point where we have to review the decision through the preliminary report or something else, that I would be prepared to do.
If you were open to a review, what was the big rush?
Pardon?
If you were open to a possible review which could have resulted in the reversal of the decision, what was the big rush? You say 29, 30, 31, you decide. What was the big rush? What was the big rush, Minister?
The rush,
yes,
if I could use your words, Commissioner, was to give an indication that what was supposed to have happened before and the wrongs that were going on in terms of budgeting and so on, let us discuss those at the beginning of the year, but the decision is being taken that we disband, and so that we now focus on the decision, whether we agree, all of us, on this, or we don't agree, it would be fine. I was flexible and I was open to that decision, but don't postpone taking a decision at the time that you think you need to take a decision. And I didn't see anything wrong in taking the decision, but open and flexible to whatever that could come after the engagements. There are decisions that, there are instances where decisions have been taken and you say this decision needs to be taken in the interest of the public, and then we will consult. There are such instances that have happened in government.
Minister, I still don't understand that explains the big rush, especially if you say that you were open to being convinced that the decision ought not to have been taken. Why start with a decision and await a possible reversal if you are convinced? It just gives me the sense that you were in a terrible rush. So my question stands, why the big rush? Why this terrible rush?
I
don't understand.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say it was a big rush. It merely was an exercise of the power to issue a directive which I could use and then have a discussion. I didn't see anything wrong with a decision and then we discuss.
Minister, ministers don't issue directives for directives' sake. Why could you not rather say to the National Commissioner, National Commissioner, I am minded to disband the PKTT. Please tell me why I should not do so, and only disband the PKTT if you were not satisfied with the reasons that he gave you. Why did you not do it that way? I just don't understand this inverted decision, as it were. Decision, but I may be convinced to reverse it. That doesn't make sense to me. Why did you not say to General Masemula, General, I'm minded to disband the PKTT. Give me reasons why I should not do so.
Well, I didn't think that particular way, commissioners. I thought that I would give the directive and we would sit down and have a discussion as indicated in my letter. And I didn't think that was constituting any offense or that it was in breach of any law, as it were, or in breach of the Constitution.
Minister, did you not realize that the disbandment of the PKTT would have serious implications, both in terms of the work that it performed, in terms of all the dockets that it handled, at all of the various stages at which they were? Did you not realize that?
Well, I didn't write anything about dockets.
This was not a decision like, let us buy a generator for the department, you know. It was not that, yes, that too has financial implications, but I think the implications of disbanding the PKTT would be far-reaching. Do you accept that that is so?
I didn't indicate anything about dockets because I understood that when I issued the directive, it doesn't have immediate implications on what was happening in relation to dockets, and it wouldn't have, because that would be a subject of discussion in the preliminary report and subsequent meetings that would take place. This was a mere decision to say, let's start the process of engagement, in other words. Insofar as you were concerned, the effect of your decision would be down the line, as it were. That the effect of my decision would be assessed properly, engaged on, after the decision
So,
in the preliminary
If it
report.
were to take effect, and I'm saying if it were to take effect because you say there could have been the possibility of a reversal. So if it were to take effect, it would take effect down the line. Do you accept that?
If there would be,
If your decision were to take effect, it would take effect down the line. Do you accept that?
yes, I accept that.
Yes. This takes me back to my question as to, it's not as if once you said disbanded immediately, your decision would take effect immediately. So if that were the case, I go back to my question, why did you rush and say disbanded immediately? Why did you not invite input on whether there should be a disbandment at all?
Commissioners, the letter itself, as I've indicated, clearly got written with a fair space for engagement. As I said before, it was not to say stop everything as of now, minding that it was 31st of December, and it says let's engage through the preliminary report.
Exactly my point.
Yes.
Exactly my point. Why not engage before? Why rush to the decision to disband immediately? Exactly my point, Minister. But I will move on. Maybe let me leave my colleagues, perhaps will deal with the disbandment issue and your letter later. I have a few other questions which may not be few because of necessary follow-up questions. General Sentumule told us that there are more than 10 task teams nationally. Do you accept that this is indeed so, Minister?
Agreed.
Thank you. Is there any other task team that you have disbanded?
There is a unit, not a task team, that we disbanded, the police inspectorate.
I'm talking about a task team, Minister. Is there any other task team that you have disbanded?
There is no other task team that we disbanded because the only one that we could talk about was MPKTT because the other ones were established by National Commissioner and they fell within his purview.
I'm not sure I understand that answer. I read your statement, Minister, to say that you can operate even in the, or put it this way, you say that this idea that you cannot play a role on operational matters is incorrect. You say so in your statement.
Yes.
And some of the operational matters would be matters that concern the purview of function, obviously, of the commissioner, and indeed anything that relates to whatever the national commissioner may have done. Would that not be correct? To the extent that you say that constitutionally, because you say that you can act even operationally, you say that comes from the Constitution. So constitutionally you say you may engage in operational matters, correct? That's in your statement.
That is not to say practically go and constitute, decide who must get into the team, who must go and be based where. That is away from
No, Minister, no, please. I'm just saying, you say in your statement that the Constitution empowers you to play a role even in operational matters. Does your statement not say so?
It says so, but in italics.
Sorry?
It says so in italics, and I want to emphasize that it meant that you...
So you may all right, let me listen, yes. Let me listen, Minister, yes.
Yes. It was to say that while you have your constitutional duties and as identified by the Constitution, and the National Commissioner has his duties, but you don't operate with the Chinese wall between yourselves. It is the two sides of the same coin, as I indicated. Therefore, when exercising your duties, you are aware of how they will impact practically.
So you are saying then, Minister...
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Yes. Operational.
Yeah. So you are saying, I'm taking you back to your point about not having disbanded any other task team. So effectively you are saying that even if a task team may be operating in the most criminal and horrendous manner, you would never ever disband it purely because it was set up by the National Commissioner.
No, I'm not saying that. There would be an engagement, there would be a discussion to say what is happening here, and let us discuss what we are getting in terms of what this task team is doing or what is happening around this task team, either because it gives us bad image or for whatever reason. Then we would engage, because that would be a task team established in terms of 11(2)(d).
And if the National Commissioner dug in his heels, you would throw your hands up in the air and say, I'm not disbanding this task team because it was established by the National Commissioner.
Not at all. We would engage further.
No. Let's take you to the very end point where even you are satisfied that further engagement is not going to take you anywhere. So the National Commissioner is digging in his heels. You would throw your hands up in the air.
Not at all. It would mean that we are now incompatible. And because the National Commissioner is appointed by the President, I would go to the President to say we are becoming incompatible with the National Commissioner based on 1, 2, 3, and then he takes a decision.
I will leave it at that, because I was tempted to say, and then a new National Commissioner is appointed, and that National Commissioner is happy with the existence of that task team, but I will leave it there. Because I just want to test this idea that you can only disband task teams that have been created by whom, by the way?
Yes, you can only...
Task teams created by whom?
Yes, you can only disband the task team as minister.
Created by whom?
Created by first...
Because you, the minister, cannot create any task teams.
No, I'm saying this one, as I say, was not created by the National Commissioner. It was created through the intervention of the President, then the task team, the interministerial, and then deciding that there should be a mechanism.
But that's what informed the decision. But
yes.
The actual creation would have been in terms of statute, and where would that be? It would be in SAPS, and it must have been by the National Commissioner ultimately. It may have been informed by what the President said, that filtering down to the IMC, then that filtering down to the National Commissioner. So this must have been created by the National Commissioner as well. Because statutorily, there is no way that something called an interministerial committee could, as a matter of law, set up a task team. That is not possible.
They took a decision, commissioners, that there should be a mechanism in the form of a task
But the
team.
actual creation in law, the
Yes.
actual creation in law would have been by the National Commission.
Operationally. He would be operationalized.
But in law, Minister, it would have been created by the National Commissioner. In law. Yes, it would have, the creation would have been informed by the IMC decision, but in law, the actual creation would have been by the National Commissioner.
I see
You see, what I'm testing here is this idea that in law, there are some task teams that are created by I don't know whom, and others that are created by the National Commissioner, and that those that are created by whomsoever, you are entitled to disband. But those that are created by the National Commissioner, you cannot disband. I don't understand that as a matter of law. Anyway, let me move on, Minister.
But I want to put just one point, that this one, NPKTT, the decision was through a directive of the executive side of government, and then it was operationalized. These other ones, National Commissioner can take a decision to establish and to disestablish. It has nothing to do with the directive of the executive.
I'll move on, Minister. You say the PKTT expenditure could not be justified. Did you compare it with the expenditure of other task teams?
No, we were dealing with the overall allocation of the budget, and I only complained about the management, the way we were managing the budget and allocating it. I did talk about less expenditure on detectives, less expenditure on other enablers. So it was not necessarily to be confined to a particular task team. It was spread in the whole organization to say we are not allocating the resources correctly here and here.
Minister, you have said the expenditure of the PKTT was not justified. I'm asking you a simple question. Did you compare that expenditure with the expenditure of other task teams? It's a simple question. Did you or did you not?
No, I didn't compare it with other task teams, but I do want to say the reason to remove the police inspectorate was exactly the same as that of the task team, the National Political Killings Task Team.
So, Minister, for all you know, the expenditure of other task teams could well have been significantly higher than that of the PKTT.
Come again?
For all you know, the expenditure of the other task teams could well have been significantly higher than that of the PKTT.
Or could be less.
But could be significantly higher also.
And could be significantly
No. Do you accept the possibility I'm positing to you, Minister? Do you?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you ever assess the continued utility of any other task team, that is, of the more than 10 task teams, besides the PKTT? Did you ever assess the utility of the others, continued utility of the others?
Not exactly, but I'm saying it was in the form of assessing the organizational structures, all of them, and not necessarily one by one. Because even the PKTT, we didn't necessarily approach it as an individual team. We were approaching or defining the problem as that of, from the macro point of view, to say, what is it that we need to do with the structure? What do we need to do with the systems and so on? And as things came, we were then taking decisions as we reflected on what we saw as we were looking at the organization. That is how the inspectorate came in the form of discussion. It was not because we had an agenda item on any day saying, police inspectorate, we are going to be discussing it. It arose in our assessment as we were doing our work. And it came to our attention that there is police inspectorate. And by the way, what is it in the context of optimizing our budget? And later, by the way, what does NPKTT mean in the process of optimizing? And I'm sure there would have been any other that would have come as we process our thinking in terms of optimizing our budget.
Last question, Minister. I'm not altogether sure that the last answer answered my question, but I will not press. Last question. Why was the PKTT the first task team to be disbanded? In fact, first and only to be disbanded. But my focus is more on first. Why was it the first task team to be disbanded?
Now, I've indicated, Commissioner, that the first to be disbanded was not even a task team. It was a unit.
I said earlier, let's forget about the inspectorate, which you have said was a unit. I'm talking task teams, Minister.
Yes.
Why did you pick on the PKTT to be the first and only thus far, actually, victim of disbandment?
Now, we have stated the reasons that in our discussion, our assessment, our attention got caught by PKTT, and in view of us discussing the structure in relation to murder and robbery and all of the history that we have been indicating, and there is no other task team that fell in that particular category as we were discussing. PKTT had been almost 7 years and there was impact on the budget and other related matters. So it came. If there was any other task team that came, and I'm sure there would have been another that would have come later on, but it was this one that caught our attention, and we then discussed it.
Minister, when did, I know I said last question, yes. I hope this will be the last. Okay. When did the thought that I must disband the PKTT first strike you?
It was 29, 30, 31. On those days when I was no longer moving up and down, I was just sitting and reflecting on what we had been doing in the last 5 months. And I picked up what I thought were the most important things, especially by the end of the 6 months, and things that would have needed to focus on at the beginning of the year, and which had a lot of impact on crime. And we then said, I identified those three. But it was just a process that came when I sat down, 29, 30, 31.
Minister, why I'm asking you that is because the very day before, the first one of the 3 days that you mentioned, the 29th. So the very day before, the 28th of November 2024, December 2024, you were at a funeral, I think it was in Mpangen, together with the National Commissioner of Police. And after the funeral, you wished each other well for the end of the year and so on. And you do not for a minute say to the National Commissioner, I am thinking of, in fact, I have decided to disband the PKTT. And starting tomorrow, I'm actually going to work on my document in that regard. But I know what your answer will be. Your answer is going to be, no, Commissioner. You are talking about the 28th, and the thought struck me only on the 29th. I was going to say to you, it is very strange that you did not mention the disbandment to the National Commissioner on the 28th. But I will not suggest it because you say you were suddenly struck by this thought on the 29th. I will leave it at that. But I find it very strange that on something so important with the sort of implications that you yourself realized, because you say you did not expect it, even though you said immediately, you did not expect it to happen there and there. On something so important with such implications that you would only have thought of it within 3 days of the issuance of your letter. So you think now and you act very quickly within 3 days. Poof, you've decided on an issue that is that important with all of these implications. I would, as I say, have suggested that at the latest, you should have mentioned this to the National Commissioner on the 28th at the funeral at Mpangeni. But I say I will not suggest so. You may comment if you want to.
Thank you very much. The reflections that I made on the 29th, on the 30th, and on the 31st were not necessarily out of the rest of the work that we had been doing, because those reflections were taking the 5 months that I had been in office. Now, and what was happening only was that I then got time to sit down for the first time in 5 months to think carefully, what is it that we've been doing? What is it that we need to do? What would be the impact, or what has been the impact of what we've been doing? How do we enhance the impact, particularly at the end of 6 months and at the beginning of the year? So all these things come together. I'm seated, I'm not driving the following morning and so on. And then it comes to me that there are 3 things that I need to isolate and highlight that would make an impact in the first 6 months. It is these 3 that I ended up writing in the directive. And so it was not necessarily although on the 28th, as I say, I had no solid, or I had not settled on any particular course of action, if any, until I then said, but whatever I did on the 29th, on the 28th, on the 30th, and on the 31st was merely summarizing what we had been doing in the past 5 months. And then I then isolated these 3 directives and I wrote them.
Thank you, Mit. Minister, we meant to adjourn now at 4 o'clock. We've not changed our minds on that. And even though there's a couple of minutes to spare, we think it makes sense to adjourn at this stage. Ms. Sello, is that in order?
It is in order, Chair.
And we have decided to again start at 8:30 tomorrow morning.
That's correct, Chair.
Let's adjourn and resume at 8:30 tomorrow.
Thank you.